JewelleryMaker offers an extensive range of creative workshops for all levels, from beginners right through to advanced. Each workshop is run by our approachable tutors who are all friendly, knowledgeable and are specialists in their field of expertise. Our popular courses are tailor-made to suit your needs and to help you get started with a new hobby or to advance your skills onto the next level. We keep the class sizes small to ensure you get plenty of one-to-one attention, so book early to avoid disappointment. For more information, contact our call centre or visit our website. Join guest designer Sarah Elvin for the Introduction to Bead Looming DVD. Sarah will guide you through many techniques, including adding beads, pattern creations, beading with chips, adding beads to warp thread, as well as how to set up your bead loom. To get your hands on a copy, contact our call centre. Get creative with JewelleryMaker.
Get involved with JewelleryMaker by sending the studio a message during our live hours. You can send a text to 60777 and start your message with JM Studio, or alternatively, go to our website and click on Watch the Live Show, simply type your message into the box and press send. Make sure you stay tuned in case your message is read out. Get interactive with JewelleryMaker.
Hello lovely ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining me this afternoon. If you just heard a cough, it's my tech op who has just downed a drumstick lollipop. Are you alright?
Yeah, I literally just started, the whole thing came off.
The whole thing came off.
Nearly went down the hole.
Nearly went down the hole. Oh my goodness, it's the drama of Ben's life. My name is Rebecca Redican. This is your Designer Inspiration Show, and it was our birthday yesterday, and I can tell you something for nothing. We are carrying on with fabulousness. Not only do I have the bail making pliers are back by ridiculous popular demand, popularly, you know what I mean. I also have the thread zapper, I have some stunning gemstones, and it will be revealed the winning challenge that you guys voted for at home for this lovely lady. It is lovely Michelle Naylor.
Good afternoon, Becky.
Good afternoon.
How are you, darling?
Really, really good. Looking forward to working with you again, as per usual.
Yes.
Your pieces, as always, are astonishing. Tell us about your first designer inspiration.
Well, the first designer inspiration, we've taken the Tree of Life and just, I want to say redesigned it. It's probably a bit of a wrong description, but we've made it so you can have it freestanding, so you can make it as big as you like.
That is such a beautiful piece, and it is, you can make it into a tabletop design or something for you to have on your mantelpiece perhaps. Really beautiful, and you've used the wire writing within that as well.
I certainly have, yes.
And then your second designer inspiration is something a little bit different.
Very much, yes, definitely. So we've sort of focused on, there's a sort of male orientated piece there, and then there's scarf pins, something a bit different.
So we've got male makes for men, and we've got some sort of scarf pins as well. They're really, really beautiful. We're going to be squeezing in absolutely loads and loads and loads today. You have got your challenge coming up as well.
Yes.
Do you fancy starting with a bang? Oh, my producer just said to me, we're going to start with a bang. That's why I said, do you want to start with a bang? But you went, no. I said bag. Oh, okay. Let's start with a bang bag. Why not? Where is it? This one here. Oh my goodness. This you've only seen once before. You saw it the other day on the morning show. We only have a few of these left. They were so popular. But if you missed out on them, this is one of our new storage bags. Take a little look at our mini portfolio zip-up bag. This is, oh, it's been on twice, is it? This is such a wonderful, wonderful bag. The quality is exceptional. Do you know what I love about this? See, it's got that sheen, waterproof. So, especially at this time of the year where you've got to travel from your car, you know, into your workshop or into your sales if you're doing stalls. You don't have to worry about this at all. Let's have a nosy inside, shall we? You've got a double zip on this. Oh, it's fab. Look, you get in here. You know our large portfolio bag just pretty much just had the pockets? We've added some extras to this so that you can store your tools in it as well. Have a look. So you've got your poppers at the top here, which means you can loop through your pieces. You've then got 3, I don't know if you can see them because they're the light here. I wonder if my torch will work for this. Is that a bit asking too much of the torch? Maybe. But you've got the 3 pockets here. Oh yeah, it is. No. You've got the 3 pockets in here, which are going to be great for popping your tools in. For example, ta-da. So we've got 3 pockets here of different sizes, the largest one being in the middle. So you could put loads of tools in there, couldn't you? You've then got your high shine zip bag too, which has got your zip, perfect for if you want to show off some of your pieces, or perhaps you're like me and if you have loads and loads of bags and you can't think where you've put something, sometimes it's handy just to have that see-through pocket, isn't it? So you can look at it and instantly go, oh, that's where I put it. So you've got the large pocket on there, you've got another one on the next page or sheet as it were, and then here you've got a completely see-through pocket entirely. That is going to actually be really, really handy if you are doing your stall and you want a change pocket, isn't it? You know, when you need, because a lot of the time at stalls, especially if it's the start of the day, people will come with the notes, won't they? The big notes, and you need to swap the change. It's handy for having things in there, isn't it? Just a little change pocket, and it's right in the middle. But of course, keep pieces in there as and where you will, even if it's your business cards or something like that. And then finally, you've got a super size zip section here as well. So this is your portfolio bag. And one thing I do want to point out, if your tools are in here and you're worried about them scratching maybe something you have in this pocket, you don't need to, because we put in, this is a super sturdy, you're right there.
Fine.
You're right there. What are you doing?
Destroying the set.
Just destroying the set, go ahead. You've got your super soft, it's almost like a felt, but it is hardened, hear that? It is hardened, so if you do have your tools in here, just flip it over and you don't have to worry about them damaging or scratching any of your pieces. How fab is this? So you've got your mini portfolio zip-up bag here from us at JewelleryMaker. Your price point today is just £9.95. What do you think of this?
I was gutted because I was watching the show with Lucy on Friday, which is when she had that, because I have the big one.
Yeah.
And I wanted one, and I missed it.
No.
I missed out. I was too late. Gutted.
You were too late. Well, we've managed to secure ourselves a few extra, but I've got to let you know, they are going out so quickly. What we'll say is if you've enjoyed the morning show, we have loads coming up for you on the mid show, and in fact on the late show. I will be with you for the full 8 hours this afternoon. I know people just putting their hands in their heads, oh no, at home. I will be with you for the late show as well, but there's a good thing about that because I can give you a little heads up throughout the show of what we've got in the late show too. For example, Tanzanite, anybody? Oh, did you get the Tanzanite this morning? I've got a very similar strand, but a little bit different. That's coming up for you later on. Loads of you are getting your hands on this. Hello, Esther, Sasha, Donna, Sarah, Vicky, Jane, Rosemary, Tracy, Pauline, Judith, Maureen. Oh, Pauline, Judith, Maureen, I like that. Norma, Mary, Kerry, all of you who are getting it. Welcome to you all. I hope you're having a lovely day. It is Sunday. I always think Sunday is the day to treat yourself. If you can't treat yourself on a Sunday, when can you? It's nice to treat yourself on a Sunday, isn't it? It really, really is. Sunday is the type of day where I personally, if I'm at home, I'll stay in my slogs all day. I'll catch up on all my omnibuses if I miss the soaps. It goes Hollyoaks, Emmerdale and Corrie. Hours worth of just slightly rubbish TV and relaxation. What do you generally do on a Sunday?
Veg in front of the TV.
Veg in front of the telly, yeah. That's what it's about, isn't it, Sunday?
It is. Chilling, making my husband cook the roast dinner.
Oh, I love a roast dinner.
Yeah.
What do you do on a Sunday generally, Ben, when you're off?
I go for a brisk jog in the morning.
Brisk jog in the morning?
Yeah, and then I...
You know, it's not good to lie on live TV, don't you, Ben?
No.
I just said it's not good to lie on live TV, and Pete went, oh no, like he was coming up with a lie. He was getting ready with a massive lie. Go on then, Pete, what do you do?
I just kind of mill about.
Mill about, obviously, no need to ask. Your names are just about to go up on my screen. Congratulations to everyone. It's new to us and it's just super compact, easy to use, £9.95. It's a stunning, stunning little product, and it's going to last and last and last because this is of the highest quality. £9.95, congratulations to everybody. Where are we going next, love? Challenge. Pardon? I know, yeah, I'm just giving people a little sneaky peeky. Challenge. Now, this is a bit of a different challenge because we popped up on Facebook yesterday evening a picture of 3 challenge bundles we were thinking of giving to Michelle, and we let you guys at home pick. And it won by quite a way, didn't it? This was your favourite of the bundles, and we're going to give these to the lovely Michelle to work her magic on. This is Back to Black. Super seductive and sparkly. Look at those. Oh, sorry, Back in Black. Oh, sorry. Back in Black. You've got 3 strands here of super duper sparkly agate. Let's have a look at them one at a time, shall we? First off, you've got the faceted rounds, which are here. These are 85 carats worth, and they are your black agate, 6mm on these. To get this much of a sparkle is really spectacular on such a small gem. You've then got, oh sorry, these are your 4mm. What am I talking about? These are your 4mm. I've then got 30 carats worth of your 6mm rounds. So these are the big ones. So you've got your 6mm and your 4mm here. 30 carats worth on the 6 and 85 on the larger ones. And lastly, but by no means leastly, I've got to say, out of them, this is probably my favourite because I can't think of a time I've seen a strand like this. Faceted rondelles, but really delicate rondelles, aren't they? These are 3x2mm, 30 carats worth again. The amount of work that goes into faceting a rondelle is really, really phenomenal, because it's not kind of like a round where you just find the middle and facet outwards from the middle. Because you've got kind of this centre doming point, you have to work around that to get so many facets on a rondelle, which is why generally, as a general rule, when we see rondelles, they're a little bit larger, aren't they? Normally a rondelle, we can be around sort of the 5x6 or 5x7mm, can't we? These ones are 3x2mm, which means for me, with that gorgeous lustre of the agate anyway, you get a super punch from that gorgeous, gorgeous high shine. Let's have a look at all 3 of them together because they're exquisite, aren't they? Let me reiterate for you. Your rondelles in the 3x2, your rounds in the 4mm, your rounds in the 6mm, all of them are your black coloured agate. Your price point today for all 3, unlucky for some. So let's change that. It's not £13.85. You're going to love it. Could we go under 10? Surely not. Yeah, we can. £9.95 for 3 strands today of genuine, beautiful gemstones. The work, the store that's gone into it. You guys at home voted for this. You guys at home obviously want this collection. You guys at home obviously want to see what wonderful Michelle's going to do with this. Okay, people in your baskets have just gone crazy. I don't think anyone expected that price point, did you? But we've done it today for you. It is our birthday weekend, and the birthday deals are set to continue. They truly, truly are. I have got some stunning kits, I'll be honest with you. Both of my kits today are under £30, and I don't mean £29.95. Both are under, and guess what? One of them has emerald in it. So many treats coming up for you today, there really, really is. So this was voted the most popular. Why did you guess this was the most popular one, Michelle?
Well, it's classic, isn't it? Classics with little black dress. Christmas is coming up, something sparkly for all those little black dress wearers. I would imagine that's why.
What are you thinking of doing with it?
I've got a few ideas in mind. The big ones, I might try and make a pair of cufflinks for a man.
Oh, that's a nice idea.
Because it's always quite nice. There's possibly a tie pin in there as well. Probably using the silver wire rather than the gold wire. So those who sort of dress quite smartly for Christmas, then probably be a tie pin. There's definitely some pair of earrings in there. Definitely some Christmas tree style earrings in there. So yeah.
You've got quite a few ideas then. I can't wait. Your names have gone off my screen. Once everyone checks out, your names will go off my screen again on this. £9.95. If you love the deals we had for you yesterday, honestly, they are set to continue. So if you haven't opened your basket yet, maybe you've just tuned in, why not open your basket? It's only £2.95 no matter how much you get today. And I've got that tanzanite coming up for you later. What I can say is the price point is going to be lower than the price point of the one this morning because the carat weight is a little bit lower. Genuinely, open your baskets now. Why not? It's £2.95. It's Sunday. Genuinely, if you can't treat yourself today, when can you? £9.95. I've not got many of these left, actually. I've got way over like a third of my stock gone on this already. £9.95. Congratulations to everyone. Now, I've been a little bit mischievous this morning because it's the birthday weekend, so I think, why not? When can't you be? Oh, look, all the ladies in the workshop. Look at them, hiya. I have got for you a sneaky little addition to your challenge.
Oh, yes.
Oh, yes.
Oh, yeah.
I just had to see this strand used because personally I've never seen a shape like this before. It's described as your apples and I really want to see how you're going to work these because the shape is exquisite and the price point is phenomenal. Have a look. Let me show you one individually first and you can see why they're called apples. Can you see? It's quite hard for you to see, but there is a slight cleavage in the centre point there. So it slightly domes in at the top and it does the same at the bottom. At the bottom, it is kind of the apple shape that you would imagine. But do you know what I love? I love them separately like that. But I also love how they interlink. Look, they almost look like they're delving into each other, don't they? That is a completely different look than I have ever seen before. Get these home to really appreciate them. These are going to add something totally different to your designs. Let's have a look at them sideways as well. Oh, do you know what I'd like the idea of? I'd really like to see how these looked kind of tip to tip, if that makes sense. Let's have a look. Oh, you could do some really fab little bow type effects with these, kind of pointed end to end like this. You could wonder what they'd look like back to back. Can you show us, Michelle, a few different ways to kind of use these different shapes? Because I can't imagine how they would look kind of end to end at both sides. I'm going to add these to your challenge if that's all right.
Well, do I have a lot of choice, Becky?
To be honest, no. But let's face it, they go great with these three strands, don't they? They really, really do. It's nice to have a little bit of a pop of something different, isn't it? These are your crackled quartz apples, 8 by 7 mil on these, and it's 150 carats worth of them. I can't wait to see how these are used because Michelle obviously is going to do something, even if it's just simple. It's nice to be able to see how to work with a totally different shape. Now, lovely ladies and gentlemen, pardon? We've had a suggestion already. I like that. Just simple earrings on silver wire. Beautiful. Sarah, I think you're absolutely right, especially at this time of the year because they're the crackled effect. Just these on a drop pair of earrings, and actually maybe even just sort of 2 or 3 as a drop like that. I think that's really pretty. Just that as a pair of earrings. And I love the fact as well that these are crackled in appearance because, of course, I'm sure as a lot of us will know, quartz used to be imagined in the Roman times that it was ice sent from the gods and therefore it never ever melted. And I love that you've kind of got that stalactite effect with these as a pair of earrings, but then it's got that internal ice-like crackle. Oh my goodness, loads of you coming in for this. I know I've not seen anything like it before either. Because it's a new shape, you'd imagine perhaps that the price would be a little bit different to what you'd normally expect, but it's not. Your price point today is just £7.95. I know, is what Michelle just pulled. What do you think of that?
It's cheap at half the price, that is.
Cheap at half the price, isn't it?
Yeah.
I wouldn't have expected that, and I don't know why I wouldn't have, because this is JewelleryMaker, of course we're going to expect that, but because it's a shape I've not seen before, it can almost be hard to imagine a price point, can't it? Oh my goodness, I've just thought, I've just had a great idea. As a prong set ring. Because look, you get that, I know it's hard for you to see, but you could do that, couldn't you? That kind of sitting up effect. I think that's really, really pretty. £7.95. Congratulations to all of you. If we had another suggestion in, with a slight domed bead cap, they could look like acorns for autumn. Who came up with that? Claire. That is such a good idea. I love that. I love acorns as well. Did I tell you that when I was younger I used to play with acorns and used to pretend that they were fairy bowls or fairy hats? Yeah? Yeah? That's a really good idea, isn't it? Not the fairy bowls, I mean I mean the beading caps.
Yeah, but you could do that. You could use the design that I'm going to use when I do the cufflinks later to make earrings.
Ooh. Oh, so stay tuned and have a little look. Loads you getting these multi-buyers as well. Congratulations to everyone. Those are £7.95, and we'll see what Michelle will do with them. Can I hand them over to you now, lovely?
You certainly can.
There you are, Poppet.
Thank you.
Okay, let's. Oh, I love these. You know, sometimes how Mother Nature shows you exactly how she works. In the sense that now and again you will get strands that they've had no treatment, they've had nothing sort of added to them, and you can just see formation within rock. That's what I've got here, and you'll know exactly what I mean when you look at them. These are stunning. Black agate with clear quartz. Now, let me show you these. Let me get my torch behind these. Do you see what I mean about the formation? Look at those. Different at each point as well. You get some that are kind of half and half like this. You'll get some that are just pure bold. Oh no, actually, look. Oh my goodness, can you see that? That's really, really tricky for you to see. But, yeah, the light won't go through it. But it looks like internal druzy. Michelle, will you come over here and try and help me explain exactly what this looks like, please? Because there's blues in there. Let me show you.
Oh, it's like almost like it's got a shimmer to it.
Yeah, it is almost, isn't it?
Yes. It's very pretty.
Isn't it? What do you think of this strand?
Well, I think you should let me have that one as well.
Michelle's going to have a 17 strand challenge today, I think. Have a look at this one as well. I do adore them. The quartz section is the clearer section that you can see in here. And it's nice that you've got all of those internal pieces. Oh, Michelle, you're right. Good plan. This is one of the pieces that we'll have a closer look at later on. But you couldn't you? What kind of effect do you think this stone would give with this?
Oh, it would look lovely. In fact, I would probably have it on the back of a dress, as a detailing at the back of a dress.
Oh, I like that.
That would look quite nice.
That's a really pretty idea. And because it's actually, this would go really nice with your challenges, wouldn't it?
It would.
It's not going to.
No. Okay.
But it would look lovely. I have got absolutely loads on this as well. 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 I've got on mine. Do you want to have a look at every single one? Because they are just, every single one is different. You've got kind of part and part. Different again on both sides. You've got your pure black, but with that kind of internal schiller section. I love that one. That's beautiful. Every single one of these is offering something different, and for the more opaque ones you could of course use them in almost a faux cab way. If you're maybe new to wire working and you're a little bit worried about working with a cab at the moment because you need the security of a drill hole for some reason, then you absolutely can do. Because some of these are completely opaque, you wouldn't be able to see through this at all, would you? So we have got on this, how many did I say? 9, 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 of these I've got. Now, genuinely, what if I were to say to you, you could get these today for £1 each? What would you think of that?
Blimey, just that necklace I made with the one out of the kit,
yeah,
you would sell for £10.
For just using one?
For just using one.
I can do £1 per one if you want. I can even do better. Your price point today is £7.95 for these. These are 40 by 25 mil inside. That's working out about 88 pence per per one. And look at the size of them. Look in comparison to the wrist. These would be great as a pendant. They'd be great as a kind of a focal point to your pieces. What else could you think of doing with these, lovely Michelle?
There's a brooch. You could make that into a very pretty brooch.
That'd be nice.
You could make a scarf ring out of it as well. If you made it, well, I would make a very. You could have a ring very similar to that.
Oh yes, similar to the one you're wearing.
If you like the big pieces,
yeah,
you could have something that looks very similar to that one there. If I take it off, it'd be a bit easier for you to see.
Yeah, go on. And just a little detail of the wire around it, that would be nice. Do you know what I'm thinking? Just because obviously we're looking at kind of a take on a tree of life today, wouldn't it be nice if you had any black wire in your stash to actually do a tree of life over the top? So you could have, for example, on this one, your tree of life coming out from this bit and kind of, it almost looked like a tree of life in a snowstorm.
Yeah, you could do, because I would probably turn that one up the other way, and then you could make, again, like I've taken just a different take on it, without giving it away too much, you could give it a scene.
Yes, a scene.
A mountainous scene.
Oh, I like that idea.
Snow mountains.
There's so much you can do with these, which is why so many of you are getting them. I've just thrown them, and look, that goes to show how strong these are. £7.95, 600 carats worth. Congratulations to you all for getting your hands on this. You're going to have a heck of a lot of fun, I'm sure. Got loads to squeeze in today, so let's move on, shall we? Wow, these are seriously sparkly. Oof. Bold as you like. Beautiful colour palette running over these. Really, really exceptional. Perfect baubles, really, aren't they? These are your blue colour-coded agate. Lots of agate. These would go great, actually, with the black ones as well, wouldn't they? That we've got coming up in the challenge. If you wanted a bit of a bold centre point, a bit of a bold statement, you absolutely could. 450 carats worth we have here, and these are 14 mil. Boy, oh boy, are they absolutely huge. In fact, you know what these will go great with? I've got a bundle coming up in a little bit, which I think you'll love the price of. This is your bundle coming up. I think they would go fantastically, especially as you've got graduation on the bundle strands. So if you wanted to make more delicate pieces, you absolutely could. That bundle will be coming up with you within the next few hours, so do stay tuned, because I promise you, you're going to love the price. This is your blue colour-coated agate that we have here. What I will say is the coating's really beautiful, because if we look at the side, I don't know if you can see that. Can you see you've got purple tones and hints of the gold in there as well? Adds a little bit of something different to your designs, doesn't it? 14 mil on these, your price point today? £6.95. Hang on. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28 I've got on this strand. And it's £6.95. Now, these aren't tiny, tiny little gems. These are big whoppers, 14 mil. How much is that working out per one then? Not many at all. Pennies, isn't it? Pennies.
They go well with my kits for next week.
Oh, why? What are you doing next week?
I'm on next Sunday.
On a mid?
Yeah.
Designer insp?
Yeah.
I'll keep my eyes peeled. £6.95. Congratulations to everybody. Does anyone want some brand spanking new? Does anyone want something absolutely sensational to just set your imagination alight? If you do, I think I've got the right piece for you. Ooh. Ooh. Look at them. That, just as a pendant, easy peasy. But do note, it's got your beautiful filigree cut-out sections, which means if you wanted to add, say, your 0.4, etc., then you could, and you could actually weave into it, couldn't you? Have your gemstones almost as a kind of lattice effect running over the top of these. Aren't they beautiful? And it's important to point out as well that these are brass. Now, if you're not I know a lot of our findings often are copper, aren't they? But we've used brass on these ones. Now, the reason we've used brass for these are brand new. The reasons we've used brass on these is because of the strength. Brass is stronger than copper because there is copper within brass, but we bring the percentage up with a harder metal, which means that these are super duper strong. So if you did want to weave into these, you absolutely 110% could, because you've got that serious strength there. They could be shaped if you wanted them to. There is still a little bit of movement in there. So even, do you know what? If you wanted to attach these together and kind of make them into a gorgeous cuff, you could, because they are still slightly malleable, but they are stronger than the copper findings you might expect, which is important when you've got pieces as big as this. They are 45 mil on these today. And you're not just getting one, you're getting 5 of these. I love these as an earring, you know. Just with a really simple shepherd's hook going kind of looping through them. They'd be really funky, wouldn't they?
They would, but I was also I'm thinking of 2 things.
Go on.
First of all, polymer clay.
Yes,
Can you
inlaid
imagine
in.
if you had a piece of polymer clay in exactly the same shape, but then you would just leave the polymer clay to pierce through the little sort of teardrop shapes.
Yes, yeah,
would
yeah.
look quite nice. But also EF colour. If you were to use a flat piece of sheet, very similar to polymer clay, and colour it in and make it almost like a firework scene, so you've got different colours throughout, and then just placing it on top.
That'd be really pretty.
Yeah.
Wouldn't
It would look nice with resin, because you could. I know Fee Potter has like cabochon type moulds.
Yeah.
So in theory, I'm thinking that if Fee put it in a mould, placed that on the top, and then put some resin over the top to hold it in place.
Oh yes, that's a good
Wouldn't that
idea.
look quite nice?
Yeah, with the dome in resin, I think you'd be
Yeah.
able to do that. I think you could patina these as well, couldn't you? Because they're brass. I'm sure you'd be able to. They are so beautiful, aren't they? I've not seen anything like this at all before here at Jewellery Maker. I think you could let your imagination go wild. I really do. Even just on a piece of kumihimo as a really simple pendant would be lovely, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Really beautiful, eye-catching piece. Or again, as we said, as kind of a brooch detail. And what about if you got yourself the transparent polymer clay that we have on now and again, you can, on top of that, get t-shirt transfer. Now, t-shirt transfer is almost like it's almost like a paper-like substance, and you can actually print out onto it. So if you've got a printer, you can print out pictures, photographs, whatever you may like within it. Pop that on top of your polymer, and you could actually have that as a photo frame, couldn't you? Or as a photo pendant. And I'm pointing at it, I'll keep holding it like this, but actually, you could use these in numerous ways, couldn't you? Say you put your bail through that section and had it pointing that way down, and then loads of chains swooping off here.
Oh, you see, now that reminds me of a peacock. That way up.
Yes.
And you could use Alison Tarry's, because I've done her dragon workshop, you could use Alison Tarry's, the way she makes the body, which is with Viking
With
weave,
Viking knit, yeah.
and you could make a peacock come out of that.
Oh, that is such a clever... Oh, we've got ideas bubbling around.
Yeah.
That is such a wonderful idea. Now, we've got 5 of these. They are brand spanking new. I love that you've got the kind of teardrop or the paisley design internally within these. It just gives them a little bit of something really exciting to look for and to appreciate. Do you know what's another thing to point out? Just look at the detail. This has got the brushed detail on it. So can you see as I spin it around like this, the light spans around, doesn't it? It just gives you a bit of a special detailing look. So it's not, if this was just your high shine polished, it would, as soon as it hit the light, the whole thing would just pop. But you've got this brush detail, which I think gives it more of an interesting appeal. You can see they're nice and thin as well, so they're not too heavy, but they are brass, so they're super duper sturdy. So, your names have already gone off my screen because people just adore them. People really want these. What I want to ask you is, if you were to imagine that these were a pair of earrings, even from your high street stores, how much would you pay for a pair of these? I've seen ones quite similar now. They've not been brass, they've been kind of your painted plastic, but in that very well-known accessory shop. You can buy big pairs of earrings like this at price points $9.99, $10.99 each for the big bold ones, just for 2. You're going to love the price. All 5 today, brand new, $9.95 for all 5 of them. Are you swapping shoes, Michelle?
I am. They are a bit too tall, I think.
I am. Probably for the best. I've got my short ones on
Yes.
today. I forgot I was on with you. $9.95 for these. What do you think of that price point?
That's a bargain.
Isn't
An
it?
absolute bargain. You'll pay that for just one pendant.
Yes.
Or you would, from that very famous accessory shop,
Yeah.
you would probably get them in a pair of earrings, but they wouldn't be as big as those.
No, they wouldn't. And they
you
wouldn't
would
be
pay-
brass.
And they wouldn't be brass.
No.
And you would pay £15, I think.
It's
probably from
crazy, isn't it? It is absolutely astonishing. I'm not surprised so many of you have got these. Hello, everybody. From Patty Menorca all the way to Carroll County Down. Loads of you getting these. Names have gone off my screen. So welcome to you all. Thank you very much for joining me today. I tell you what, I will not let you down. I'm going to give you loads of sneak peeks as to what we've got coming up. These are coming up within the next hour and a bit. Anyone for £3 for the singular strands? £9.95 is your price point on these 5. Loads of you coming in for this. I'm going to have to leave it with you because it is designer inspiration time, but do stay exactly where you are and do check out your baskets. Thankfully they're brand new, so we've got a decent enough quantity for everyone to get involved with us today. £9.95 for those 5. I love the noise that they make too. Nice, isn't it? £9.95 for you today. So, designer inspiration, your first kit. I can't believe how much you've got. How was this to work with?
It was a challenge.
Yeah?
It was out of my comfort zone, definitely.
Because we know you quite like the delicate pieces quite a lot of the time, don't you?
Yes.
So why was this out of your comfort zone?
They're all pretty much, I think 4 of them are top drilled, 4 or 5 of them are top drilled strands. So it was trying to work them into a design where I could work wire working with them, or wire writing with them. So for me, I've had to think outside the box. So for me, it was a challenge.
It was a bit of a challenge.
Yes.
You still got your favourite wire though. You still got your famous loving wire. Now, ladies and gents, wire is a goner pretty much, isn't it? We got an email through, was it yesterday or the day before? We got an email through a couple of days ago from management that said, under no circumstances is anybody allowed to have any wire in their show unless it has been put into a kit. You're not allowed to schedule anymore until the new shipments come in. So you're not going to be seeing lots and lots of wire coming up at all, sadly. Hopefully we'll get a new shipment in very, very soon. But what I will say is if you are running low at this moment in time, treat yourself to the kits, especially at the price point of this is going to be fab. So we've got your weaving wires, 2 different types, your 0.4 and your 0.25 in the silver. 10 metres of your 0.4 and 15 metres of your 0.25. This is something we've started doing relatively recently, and it's something that we've done as a little bit of an extra, a little bit of an addition, because we know that you do need to use more of it. The thing that I think is very, very nice about us here at JewelleryMaker is we haven't actually charged you more for that extra 5 metres, whereas I know some very well-known craft stalls do, actually. We haven't. We've kept the price on that as it was when we just used to do 10 metres. I've then got everybody's favourite, your soft core wire. Now, I know you've worked with this quite a bit. How do you find it?
Oh, it's really nice. Really, in fact, it's probably, I know because we're changing our wires, I definitely prefer it to the other wires that we had.
Yeah.
The other wires are quite nice because sometimes they are a little stiffer, but this wire, for me, it's just so much more malleable, so much easier to work with.
It is, isn't it? It's super duper malleable. It has got the soft core. Now that just means it's more malleable. Doesn't mean that it's any weaker at all. It doesn't mean that it's easier for it to shift out of place. It just means that when you're working with it, it's easier to do. And don't forget, it's still a wire, and all that it means is that as you're working it with any wire, it will work harden, because as you're working it, the composition changes it. So it's still going to stay in place, it's still super strong, it's just for the actual weaving and making, it has got that beautiful malleability to it. You've got 10 meters worth of this, and it is your 0.8 in the silver again. So 35 meters worth of wire in total. You've then got the gemstones, which I am just blown away by. Such an array. Let's take a little look, shall we? Where shall I start? Let's start with the lab. I think it's nice to have graduation on a plain round strand, especially when it's this quality. Beautiful labradorite. Look at all those pops. This is your 3 to 5 mil labradorite rounds. 40 carats worth we have on these. Look at the quality of that. Blues, golds, yellows, pots of purple actually. Did you see that then? Greens as well running through here. Absolutely beautiful mix of tones. But the lovely thing about this labradorite is you've still got the clarity within there, which is something that we don't often get. Sometimes you'll just get an opaque body with loads of schiller, or you'll get really, really clear with very little schiller. This is just the perfect midway point, isn't it? It's fab. So 40 carats worth there. I've then got, I love these, pops of sunshine. You know what, it is getting cold out now, isn't it? It's darker, quicker. It's nice to add just a little pop of colour to your pieces of jewellery. These are your beautiful lemon quartz drops. 70 carats worth we have here. They're from around 5x3 all the way to 13x4. One thing that's important to point out is no spacers on this strand at all. And because they're the top drill drops, it means you're getting so many squeezed onto here. It is that delicate lemon quartz as well. The clarity is phenomenal, isn't it? So many on there. You've then, I've got to leave that one till the end, haven't I? Yeah, I've got to leave that one till the end. You've then got your moonstone, and boy, oh boy, the quality. Have a look. Look at that. Be honest, it's rare that you will see this much schiller on a grey moonstone. We've got really, really corking quality of peach moonstone recently. But your grey moonstone, to get this much schiller is really special. Look at the amount. These are your plain rondelles that we have here, and they are from around 3x1 to 6x2, and they are centre drilled. I absolutely adore this colour of moonstone, because if you've got kind of a nice monochrome selection or a nice monochrome piece that you're planning on making, but maybe sometimes monochrome can be a little bit harsh, can't it? It's nice sometimes to take out the white and add a little bit of grey instead. Do you see what I mean? If we have a look with the black from the challenge, it gives it a little bit of a subtlety, which I think is really, really nice. They work beautifully together, don't they? Because you've got the high facets and then you've got that schiller from that beautiful moonstone. So you have got this beautiful strand, 40 carats worth on there. I've got some more drops for you. Onyx, green onyx. Oh. What do you think of onyx?
It's very versatile.
Isn't it?
Very versatile.
Yeah. I love the colour of this one, I have to say, because it is that kind of nature green. You know, sometimes you can have greens that are a bit limey and a little bit too bright. These ones are kind of leaf green, which actually is sort of what we've used them for in a piece or two, isn't it?
Yeah.
How were these to work with?
Oh, lovely. It was all lovely, to be honest. I can't say, although it took me out of my comfort zone, there wasn't anything that I thought, oh no, I can't use, or you know, for me it was all lovely.
Oh, good. I'm glad you had fun with it.
I did.
They are beautiful onyx, and you're getting 75 carats worth of that here. Now, I've left, for me, the best two till the end. The best two for a couple of reasons. One, how extravagant they are, but also due to the beauty of them both as well. When you think extravagant and you're thinking outside of the big five or big four, you can't get much more extravagant than garnet. Not any old garnet, rhodolite garnet. Rhodolite garnet is one of those gemstones that just bursts with interest. Do you mind if I pop it down? Because I think it's hard. Hang on, let me pop it down for you, just so you can have a look at it with the torch. Because certain gemstones, especially in this situation, the light will hit them, and because it's bounced back, they look totally opaque. But in real life, you'll be able to see, look at that, it's like jammy, isn't it? Look at the jam-like colours running through there. Really, really pretty. Gorgeous clarity to those. Your face just lit up then, Michelle. Did you really like playing with these ones?
I did, yeah.
They're fun, aren't they?
They are, definitely.
Rhodolite garnet, when it comes to the garnet family, is one of the most sought after because of the beauty of it, because it is unique, it's different, but also because you get wonderful clarity, and you have on this. I'm looking at it as totally eye clear to me. There's not loads of inclusions running through here, which you might expect from certain garnets, and that is partly due to the fact that it is rhodolite, and thankfully we can get great quality, but it's also due to the fact that this is a really beautiful high-end strand of that beautiful garnet. You have got 60 carats worth here. They're from 4x2mm to 8x3mm, and now one of the big four in a kit, and I've already told you this is going to be under £30. Emerald. Wow. 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 Emerald. Not very often do we bring emerald in a kit at all. Honest reason? Because it's very hard to get your hands on the amount. Very hard to get your hands on a decent enough yield of this beautiful gem to be able to put it in a kit. You know that we try and get as many of the kits as we possibly can. Minimum quantity we'll generally do on a kit is around sort of 40, 50, 60. Generally we try and get them over 100. So to be able to get that many emerald is really, really difficult, as you can imagine. Can I have the location of this strand, please? I love that it's shaded as well. I love that we've worked the graduation into this of the colour. It's beautiful greens running all the way through. Beautiful, that's exactly why you see it's the Indian emerald. Now that is due to this colour palette, because your Indian emerald that you get such a range of tones, and it's important to point out, totally natural. And it's unusual that to get such a graded selection in colours, because look, we're going all the way from almost your peppermint light tones all the way to those deep, rich, bold, archetypal emerald tones. Totally natural strands. Now we know that natural emerald is ridiculously hard to come by, and that is because, well, the yields, like I said before, are very, very low, but also because we say that up to 99% of emerald on the market is treated. So that can be heated, that can be irradiated, that can be filled. This is totally and absolutely natural, and possibly actually looking at it, because we haven't really had to do anything to it. It's beautiful in its own form. 6 strands I've got in this. Emerald, rhodolite garnet, genuine beautiful onyx. You've got your wonderful grey moonstone, which again is completely natural. You've got your lemon quartz as well, natural again, and you've got your natural labradorite too. All of these today, along with the wire. Don't forget, we had 0.25, 15 metres worth. We had 0.4, 10 metres worth, and 10 metres worth of our newest member of the wire family, our soft copper 0.8mm. For this amount, you are probably going to be expecting around the $29.95 mark, aren't you? That's with a serious price discount, of course. Today, your price should be. Now, it's important to point out that that is not actually the RRP of this kit at all. £37.55 is a bargain, because some of these strands have recently already been discounted. So you should be paying more than that anyway. You're already making a saving on that price point. We are going to crash it down though, because this is designer inspiration, and you know that that's what we do. Your price point today for festive festive feelings, just £26.95. Let's ignore the wire entirely. Let's just focus on these genuine gemstone strands. 6 strands, £26.95. How much is that per one? £4.16 or something, isn't it? Get your calculator out, Liam. £4.49 for a strand of just labradorite. That is stunning. For a strand of emerald, that is almost unimaginable, isn't it?
Most definitely.
£4, less than £4.50 for a strand of emerald, less than £4.50, and that's ignoring the wire entirely. I've not even taken the wire into account there. If we did take the wire into account, it would be getting closer to your bang on the nose of £4, wouldn't you? What do you think of that price point for this entire kit?
It's a very good price point. Very good price point, especially for 5, 6 strands. We've
6
got
strands.
6 strands, yeah. I'd be buying it if I was on the other side of the TV.
And you've obviously had fun with it as well.
I have, yeah.
Yeah, I have. Congratulations to absolutely everybody who's got their hands on that. There's loads of you coming in for it. Your names are about to go off my screen. Do check out your baskets for me, because it looks like there's about 30-ish in baskets. Can I have my quantity on this, please, producer Liam? Started off with 81. I've got about half of my stock gone already. Very popular. We knew that would be the case, and we haven't even seen your designs yet, so it's gonna go crazy now. Congratulations to everyone who has got in early, because you can sit back, relax and enjoy our demos of this. This is the one that we've done a twist on the Tree of Life pendant, haven't we?
We have, yes.
We've also done a really nice type-in. I think it's such a beautiful collection.
Oh, it is, definitely, definitely.
Really is. Can I just ask you something? Mm-hmm. How much approximately would we sell this one here for?
Well, I mean, I live in, Gloucester, so it's not too much of an affluent area, to be perfectly honest. But I would be asking sort of £25–30 for it minimum.
How much?
25–35 minimum, knowing the amount of time it took me to do.
So just that one piece?
Yeah.
And you've actually made 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pieces.
Yeah.
And I presume you had some left over?
Yes.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
And is that including your prep?
That's including my prep, yeah.
Let me show you this that we've got left over. You've got all of this emerald left over, all of this wire left, all of these gemstones, and that's including our prep as well. That's including our stage by stage as well. That's amazing, isn't it? That price point is astonishing for all of this, with the emerald in there. Don't forget, for me, even ignoring those 35 metres worth of your wire, you are spending less than £4.50 per strand. Emerald, where like garnet is in there. We know it's going to be a sellout. I've got about 25 in baskets now, so I will be in my teens once everybody checks out. It's only £26.95. It's an absolute bargain. And Aunt Michelle's designs lush. They're so pretty. What was your inspiration then? Obviously the gemstones, but what made you, because it's quite a comprehensive collection.
Yeah, well, it was, I've never done a Tree of Life, never. And I wanted to produce something, because there's not really too much you can do with wire writing. It will only go in one direction, and that's making a straightforward name.
Yeah.
So I wanted to try and take it in a different direction, and I wanted to look at it, what can we think outside the box, what can we do with it? And that's where the stand come from.
So it's this one here
that we're talking about. That's the first one I made. That's the first piece I made.
Isn't that beautiful? Look, can I show it from the side just so you can see? Oh, sorry. Look, it's got your little stand there. So this is the twist, isn't it? And you could make this.
Well,
big,
you could make a big one. I mean, the possibilities are endless. You could make Christmas tree designs. There's loads. You imagine your centrepiece at the table. Snowmen. You got a snowman on one side, Christmas tree on another, because that's the design in the centre. You might not be able to see it very well, but my whole inspiration behind it was 2 little boys just coming off the swing and gone into the house for something to drink. So
here's your swing.
There's the swing. So with the red garnet, which is the roof tiles, and then we've got the house. Then you've got a little sort of garden path or play area, and then obviously you've got your tree of life, and at the top in the middle of the tree is like the sunshine, which is one of the lemon quartz. So it has a story to it.
It does, and that's so beautiful, isn't it? It's nice when your pieces have stories behind them.
Definitely.
Just need to let you know that I've got 33 of these left. In my baskets, it looks like there's about 20 left. So please do check out really quickly. We know it's going to be a sellout. It's so popular. And what I will say is, if you hang around until the end of the design, you probably will miss out on this. So please do get your hands on it very quickly. And what I will say is, don't forget as well, never forget this in fact, because sometimes we sort of don't mention it, I guess. Where it says available now, that takes a bit of time to catch up at points, especially if there's lots and lots of calls coming through. Can take a little bit of time to catch up. So do, you know, get yourself it very quickly if you want it, because it's an amazing price drop. And emerald for less than £4.50. No brainer. Do treat yourself today. How much wire work do I need to have done before?
No, well, it's just confidence, I think. And I think, like everything, it takes a time to actually learn. So it's all about a confidence issue. Once you've sort of gained your confidence in using the wire, the designs are all relatively easy to follow, and the wire writing's easy to follow again. You just sit there and think, right, mentally, how does that write? If I'm going to write it with a pen, because that's what I'm doing when I'm writing a word, like, how's that writing when I'm writing with my pen? Yeah. And that's how, and then I translate
flow into the next one.
And then, exactly. So you have to, it is a thought process as you write it. Well, how does that work? How does that O go into that V, or how does that E go into that L?
I see.
It's all a thought process.
Where are we going to start with this?
So I thought we would show you how to make the freestanding one. Yeah. Because you can make that as big as you like. If you've got the stiffer 1.25mm wires or the 1mm wire, use that as your frame and as your wire writing. Okay. So it'll make it a lot easier. And I also asked a question on my guest designer page of, you know, did anybody want to see anything in particular? If you're using 0.8mm wire, which is what we've got here, if you were to have it on a necklace on its own, and it would catch, it would pull, because you can't really work hard on it with a hammer and a steel block, because I did try it, and it all goes out of shape and just really doesn't look very attractive. So if you just want a name on its own, I would recommend using 1mm wire will work, but if you've got 1.25mm, that would probably be the best, and it's not likely to pull out of shape as easy as it would if you were using 0.8. Or you make a frame around that name, which keeps that from snagging on anything, which is what we've done. So that's how I keep my structure pieces, or my pieces, so they don't pull out of shape. Fab.
As we said earlier on as well, it's just important to point out that we don't actually have any 1.25 in at the moment. Like I said, our wire stocks are hugely depleted. So maybe you have some at home, and do try it out with that if you do.
Yes, definitely.
Fab.
Right, so I thought the first thing I would show you to do is, I've just used a word I use all the time, really. I use Lucy, so this will work for anything. You could put Merry Christmas, you could use anything. So for now, I've just used the word love, and I'll show you how to do that. I'm not going to wrap all the way around, because everyone's seen me do it. And as I was driving in here, I thought of a different way of doing the Tree of Life. Okay. Because if you have a look at the piece there, I made this first, weaved all around the edges, and then I added the Tree of Life in after.
Okay, so I'll show you that.
So you'll see all around the outside where the wire is extended over to wrap it all in place. Yeah. As I was driving in, I thought of a different way of doing it.
So that they would be more subtle.
So they were subtle, and they would disappear into the work. So that's another reason why I didn't weave a whole piece.
Okay, I see.
So we need a length of our lovely. So this is really nice.
Fab, isn't it?
I'm not a fan of the patina. Is it patina in? The one that Sammy likes to use.
Patina?
Yes. Oh, yeah. I'm not a fan of it, to be perfectly honest. No. But there is a ring design I have in mind using this soft wire and using the patina ring of Sammy's skills. So I shall have to have a go at that. But this is perfect. So I'm glad I've got some because it means I can take the rest of that one home because it's half used and have a play.
Have a play.
Right, now depending on the size of the little stand you want will depend on the length of your wire.
Okay.
I'm only using a short length because I have a piece sort of ready made. So this is just to show you how to write the word and how I've made the frame around it. If you were using a larger length, you're going to be wanting to work with, because you cannot add wire into this design.
Okay.
You can't add 0.8 mil in, so you need to make it all in one length. So if you're doing a bigger piece, you need to have lots and lots of room.
Okay.
So the first thing we're going to do is we're just going to write our very generic word, and this could work for you. You're making Mother's Day presents. Oh, imagine having a wall hanging and having Mum in the middle and then a tree of life in the background.
Love that idea.
You know, you can make wall hangers out of them. There's so many ways you can take it. So many ways you can take it. So the first thing we need to do is write our word. So in this instance, we've got love, which I've written again. But to start, we're going to start at the top of the letter. And I've probably done that wrong way around now. So then we create just a small loop at the top. This wire needs to sit a bit further down, so it sort of sits here, because this will be the top of our letter.
I see, yeah.
And then we're going to place, depending on how long you'd like the word to be, you're going to place your round nose pliers in, almost at the end of the pliers. You see that way? So I've got it right on the end, so I've got a small loop, and then we are just basically bringing it round.
So that's your L.
So that's your L. Take your pliers out. Now, I am a big fan of these. Not only are they for bales, but I use them for wire writing, and I use them a lot for wire writing.
Why are they so great for wire writing?
Perfect sizes.
Ah.
Perfect sizes. So, like, you've got your round nose pliers.
Yeah.
If you're working with smaller lettering, this furthest back here is the perfect size for a letter O.
Yeah.
If you're working with smaller writing. But if I'm doing the big style pieces, like I'm doing the photo stand,
Yes.
or something like that, you need the bigger gauges. So then we have, if I'm doing like my photo stands that say love, I use the biggest one there to get the letter O.
Yeah.
So for me, they're a really versatile tool.
And we have got them back by popular demand. Already people buying these. Loads and loads of you getting your hands on these. These are loved by guest designers.
I nearly had a heart attack because I thought I'd left mine in the studio, and it was the last time Sammy was on. I had to ring Sammy and say, I think I've left my balers in the studio. Fortunately I hadn't, I had found them at home in the end, but I did. I was like, I said to my husband, I said, I can't believe I've left them now. I'm mortified.
But thankfully
Really,
they were there. They are used by so many guest designers. We've talked about wire writing, but also they are perfect for making your bales as well, aren't they?
Yes, they are. I have used them for bales on the other piece you've got over there.
Oh, and that piece over there. Oh, yeah. We can use them as well for creating perfect pair earrings too, can't we?
Yes.
Because I'm one of those people, and I know you're a little bit pernickety with your makes as well. I'm one of those people who I don't make earrings purely because if they are not the perfect match, it really frustrates me.
Yeah.
You can create perfect round loop earrings with these. Very similar, I suppose, in a way to the style you've used here, but of course slightly more delicate.
Christmas tree earrings.
Christmas tree earrings. How would we do these ones?
They were made with those.
Oh yeah, with the balers, with the round ones. So what is it about these bale making pliers that just makes all the guest designers go Coco Loco?
Just because pure, the simple fact of the versatility of the product.
Yeah.
And you know, they have so many uses. If you've got, I'm really terrible for things, I do like to try and make things look perfect.
Yeah.
And obviously our round nose pliers, as lovely as they are obviously all cylindrical, and they get wider and fatter at the bottom as you go down.
Yeah.
I'm never always very good at getting my eye loops exactly the same size. So I use mine, little one, to make my eye loop. So I know
clever.
when I make a double-ended eye loop, they will be exactly the same size.
Because if you were to make an eye loop with this one, even if you were just a mil below, it would be a different size.
Yeah.
But because these are straight and every single one has no graduation on the actual steps, it means that you're going to get the same every single time, which you can't actually guarantee with your round nose, can you?
No.
You really, really can't. I've noticed that yours aren't these handles.
No, I bought these probably when I first started to learn wire writing, so they are a beadsmith's profit. I did buy them from here because we did sell beadsmiths.
Yeah, we
products.
did. Yeah, we
So
did.
I did buy them
before
from
we
JM.
made our own ones.
But yeah, I was fortunate enough. I was sent these to play with.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
I had those when they brought their own brand in stock.
These have got that lovely squidge handle. It's got a little bit of an extra squidge to it. It's a little bit more comfortable than perhaps the plastic ones you might be aware of. Now, let's tell you the sizes of this, shall we? We've got 2 mil, 3 mil, 4 mil. No, it's not. 2 mil, 3 mil, 4 mil, 6 mil, 8 mil and 10 mil, so they go across from each other. You could, if you've perhaps got, maybe you've got the gizmo coil, and perhaps you've got the chain, what are they called? The sawing pliers for your chain mail. But your gizmo rods aren't big enough to make those big statement jump rings. You could make them on here.
That one there, that's the one I used.
This one here.
So
is
I
the one
have
you
used
use.
it. I have used it for making jump
For
rings.
making
as
jump
well.
rings?
Yeah, I have.
Yeah, really big, bold jump rings you could make with these. They're just so multifunctional, which is why we've sold hundreds already. Your price point today is just £8.95.
Are you serious?
Yes.
I paid double that for these.
We've made our own now. So, so whereas before with many products, as you can imagine, sometimes if we've got to buy product from the makers themselves, they're making them at a price, but they're adding a price up to then sell on to us, and then we're adding the price up again to sell on. But making our own, we're cutting out the middleman, like we do with our gemstones, which is why they're such a fantastic price point today. £8.95. 2 mil, 3 mil, 4 mil, 6 mil, 8 mil and 10 mil. Step pliers, congratulations to absolutely every single one of you for getting your hands on those. They are absolutely flying out. It's more than likely to be a sellout.
No, it can't be a sellout, Becky, because I want a second pair.
Well, it can't be.
I need a second pair.
If everybody checks out, they will be gone. But I have got loads of people in baskets. Loads and loads of people with it in their baskets. So if you want it, do get it as quickly as you can. £8.95, treat yourself, they're fab. So let's use them for the O now.
Yes. Put mine away and use yours, shall I?
Well, no, because I know what you'll do. They'll be gone. These have got to go to someone.
Got to try these things, otherwise you're not going anywhere.
Yeah, I know you far too well, Michelle.
Right, so with our letter O, I used the 2, 3, 4, 5 mil. I think that's the 5 one. So I've gone in and I used the letter O.
Okay.
We do what's doing. And again, like with all wire writing, sometimes the wire needs to be brought round to this back, and sometimes it's been brought round to the front. So on the letter L, the wire has come round to the back here and here. So in this instance, I'm probably going to bring it round to the front.
Okay.
Or am I going to take it round to the no? Because I'm going to do the letter O, so I want the wire to sit at the back. So again, you've all got to just think it through in your mind. That's what I do. You just work it through. So popping your bailers in and bringing that wire around the back. And then just rotating the wrist until the wire comes back up to the top of the O.
Okay.
Okay. Taking your round nose pliers and just making a very slight bend so it brings it down.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then we're going to take our flat nose pliers and we're just going to make a kink in the wire. Actually, it'll probably be better using the flat nose, probably. Taking it a bit further in. So I'm going to bend it down because I need to make the V shape. That's probably a little bit bigger than I would normally have had. It probably been a bit smaller than that. Using your flat nose, just eyeing up the pliers with the base of your writing.
So you know it's
So
a longer line.
Yeah, so you know it all sits in one line. And simply, and with the help of your thumb now, just bring it up so you have like an almost sharper point.
Okay.
And then do the same with the other side. So we have it L-O-V. And it's always, if you want to try other names, my advice to you would be write it in your own handwriting first, in like a joined up writing or a script writing. If you write it in your own handwriting, when you're trying to put it into wire, you're following the flow of what you're writing.
That's a good idea.
Or what you've written, I should say.
Yeah, what you've written. Yeah.
And then we just, again, making sure our pliers sit roughly with the top of that letter.
Yeah.
And pull down.
Okay.
Now for an E, we need to bring this wire down a little further. So all I'm going to do is just bring it down at an angle.
Okay.
And then I'm going to take my pliers out and I'm just going to kink it out slightly.
Because we're not really starting at the top of the E now, are
Nope.
we? We're going to the middle,
That's it, yeah.
the jut of the E.
Yes, so it's not quite long enough. Let's just move that back in. And the other thing I noticed about this, with wire writing, sometimes I would make mistakes or I couldn't get the letter to be the right size. I was able to straighten it probably a little bit more than I would have done if it was the normal wire that we have.
Wow, that's good. I've got about 7 or 8 of the kit left.
Gosh. Just trying to get it right. And then using these are JM pliers, but they have flush edges.
Yeah.
They're not domed.
No.
Whereas in our kits, in the large kits, in the large toolkits and the small one, we have the domed pliers.
Yeah.
Does that make sense? So they're domed on the outside rather than flat on the sides. They make a perfect letter E.
Of course, the top section.
Yes. So when we place our pliers in, sit still, do as you're told.
Do you often talk to your wire?
Oh yeah.
Of course.
Husband thinks I'm cuckoo.
Surely not.
Oh, he does, yeah. So placing our pliers in, roughly, place it in to roughly how big you'd like the dome section of your E to be. Bring the wire over. And you don't want to bring it round so it sits nice and tightly. You want it just loose.
Okay.
Just bring it in. Remove your pliers, pop them in, and then literally just ease it round.
Using the bottom of that dome
Using
again.
the bottom of that dome. Don't move it like that. So I've just eased it round.
I see.
Yeah.
Yep. Fab.
Okay. And then what we do is we need to create a frame.
So we're continuing with the same piece of wire to do that frame, aren't we?
Yes, you are. This is why you can't add anything in, because it is made all in one piece. So this is the start of our wire,
Okay.
and the end of our wire will be here, which is what we'll tie in up here. So taking just a pair of pliers, you just need to make it kink. Probably a bit too far down, maybe a bit further there. What I just need to do is I need to cut off the end of there, because I just want a little tail on the end.
Cut off the top of the L bit we had left.
Because I'm just going to make a small, it's not even a loop, it's almost like half a loop.
Okay.
Because I'm going to catch it. So just something simple like that.
Okay.
Because I shall catch it.
So it's going to catch to the frame?
Yes.
I see.
So you'll have 2 securing points. It will secure here,
Yeah.
and it will also secure here.
I see. Fab.
And then what you do, keeping your pliers in, using the warmth of your hand, and this soft wire is perfect for it, using your thumb, bringing it round, and what you're going to do is you're going to rotate your wrist. You're going to hold this wire still, and you're going to rotate your wrist.
Okay.
So you're going to bring that round. And just playing with it until it, I want to say, makes a perfect shape. to the shape that you desire. So if you wanted to make a heart shape, which I'm quite sure you could do. So then once you've done that, you brought it round, push it down slightly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I see.
And then literally again just using your fingers and bringing the wire around. If you as you rub it, if you make sort of a round shape as you're rubbing it, the wire will start to hold the shape you give it as you pull your fingers round, which will make the shape just that bit more easier
to form.
Yeah. So then you would have, I suppose, almost was not a perfect circle, but you'd have an oval, whichever shape you desired. So then this is what we've got to here. So then all I would do is, I think on the frame I've made that with 0.25 mil around all around the frame. I'm going to use 0.4, and I use 0.4 for the tree struts as well. So simply, once the wire has gone all the way around, it will meet itself on the other side, such as it has here.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. So you will always have an excess tail, which we can, on the seam one, I've used as part of the design, but we used it and I've hidden it at the back, so you can't really see it, I think, on that one.
Onto this one.
Was it that one? Oh no, I've used it at the front on that one. It's on the back on the other one then.
Okay, I see.
So we simply, now, where you start to tether it, it's entirely your choice. Once I formed a shape, I always like to start my work here, and I always like to start to wrap here. So it's a simple case of wrap the inside wire first, and I've wrapped 3 times, I believe. And again, this is the frame of your piece, so you could use whichever wire wrapping technique you like. So the top one I've gone around 3 times, so I've used the V-shape weave.
Yes.
On the bottom piece there, now I've done 3 weaves on the bottom one and then 3 weaves on the next one. You could use that. So if you wanted to use 3 on the bottom and 3 on the top, you just weave like so. And then you go round to the next one.
It's quite good working with the kind of open end, isn't it? It makes it a bit less fiddly.
It does, but obviously weaving this end as well, you have, it's not really, it still has flexibility to move, but it's not going to move so much as if you've started here.
No.
The other way you could do it is probably one of my other favourite ways. So if I bound the bottom 3 wire, I bound the bottom wire 3 times, then I could come over both wires.
And that's giving it more strength,
and that
too,
gives it
isn't
more strength, but it gives it a different weave look entirely. Again, it's all down to personal preference. Oops. Be careful, because as you're weaving in and out of the design, you can catch your wire writing.
Okay, yeah.
So just need to be mindful. So I've on there, I don't know if you can see, so I did start 3 at the top, 3 at the bottom.
Yeah.
And then if you wanted to, you could do 3 at the bottom and then bind them all together. Or you could do the up and down weave. Really just depends. The options are yours. It's all down to artistic direction, which way you'd like to take it. So once we have wrapped all the way round, so we would wrap all the way around to here. So just catch that tail in there. What you need to do, so you have to imagine I've wrapped all the way around.
Yeah.
We're going to catch this tail in by using excess. So I always have, and everyone knows me, I always have tails at the start of my work, because then I don't have to add any wire into it. Makes it a little bit more secure when you're trying to finish off pieces.
Yeah.
So this is my tail, so I'm just going to add this in. So you've either done what I did in the first place and wrap all the way around, or you could do which is what I thought of in the car as I was going down, which is what we're going to do on here, on this one.
To hide those struts.
To hide those struts, yes.
Okay.
I think it just makes the finish just that a little bit more refined.
Okay.
And again, it's just down to personal preference.
Of course.
So we've tethered in that side, and all we're simply going to do is take our round nose pliers and make a coil. It's probably a bit long actually. Cut that off. call it over.
That's just a nice little design feature, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I used it in there almost to try and make like a seat effect.
Yeah.
So like you've got a chair, like the back of a chair, and the moonstone was the seat, is what I was trying to achieve.
That's sweet. A nice seat under an emerald tree. Yeah. Oh, that's nice, isn't it? Sounds lush.
So then you just hide it in the back of the design there. Now, I've hidden it in the back. On the one I've done now, I've brought it to the front.
Yeah.
So it's just a design feature. I've been known to finish mine off with a heart. I've been known to finish mine off in various ways. And again, it's just entirely your choice. So what we then need to do is we need to introduce our tree.
Okay.
So
The gemstone
tree.
I have got an alternate colourway coming up for you in a moment or two.
So we need our 0.4mm wire. You could use 0.25. You would probably need more than 4 lengths of 0.4mm wire.
0.25.
0.25 because it's obviously a lot finer.
Yeah.
So I've taken a length and I suppose it's probably half a metre-ish.
Fold it.
Fold it in half and cut it in half because I want them all to be roughly the same length. And fold it in half again.
Okay.
Cut that off. Just do the same with that one. So then I have 4 pieces of wire. And again, it's me. You don't have to do it this way. It's just because I'm a little bit OTT about it all. A bit. So again, I'm finding it in the middle, but I'm not going to cut this. So I find the centre, and I'm going to feed it up through my frame. And again, it is all down to hindsight, and you think about it after you've made the product.
Yeah.
You could hide these roots in here, like we will do at the top, so you could wrap it in and hide it. But again, it was very much an afterthought. It's amazing what you think of as you drive into work in the car.
Isn't it just?
And you just wrap it around the base of there. I think I've wrapped it 4 times in total. Making sure, so you have 1 wire on the back and you have 1 wire on the top. What you need to make sure is you push that wire down so it goes to the back of your work.
Okay.
And then you do exactly the same with the others. So we'll find the centre.
Whilst you're adding those on, I will give people the alternate colourway that we can use on this. If maybe you want to create this look, but with the bigger sizes that Michelle was suggesting, then you're going to want bigger gems, aren't you?
Is that opal?
How beautiful. It's white beryl.
Is it really?
But it's got the appearance of it. You're right, it does have the appearance of it. Take a look at these 2 strands of your beautiful smoky quartz and that white beryl as well. So if you were to make this design but you wanted to make it a little bit bigger, you can see that these rondelles are bigger in size because these rondelles are 5 by 3 on these ones, and the other ones were smaller. So the other ones were kind of a 2 by 3, weren't they? So if you wanted to do a slightly bolder design, almost with an autumnal feel, you absolutely could. Actually, nice little autumn leaves with perhaps, you know, you've done the path with the labradorite. You could do almost a snowy path, couldn't you, with this white beryl?
Yeah.
You have got the white beryl 35 carats worth in the rondelles from 3 by 1 to 5 by 2. You've then got the smoky quartz faceted rondelles, 45 carats worth there, and 80 carats worth of these 6mm plain rounds of the smoky quartz also. Clarity is fantabulous. And actually, so is your price point. All of these today, just £11.95 for you, and I have got some ideas exactly how you could use these. These are by our lovely budding beaders, next Wednesday. Got a new budding beader next Wednesday. She's going to be guest designing for us. That's exciting, isn't it? These are by the lovely Suzanne that we have here, and look at these. Aren't they beautiful? Using all 3 of these pieces in this bracelet design. Let me take it off to so you can really have a really good look around it. Almost using it in kind of a ladder weave style. but add in all of the different sizes. Nice work, Suzanne. As always, your pieces are always so professional, beautiful. And the pair of earrings as well, using those fancy toggle clasp details, just goes to show they work beautifully together. $11.95 for all 3 of these, and that white beryl, which is ever elusive. We hardly ever see it, but you've got it today at $11.95. Congrats, everybody. Okay, so we've attached the tree trunk, as it were.
Yeah, I'm just putting the last piece on now.
Okay.
Now, most Tree of Life designs, I think they start in the middle, down to personal preference, where you'd like to start it. I think on the one I've done on the necklace, I've started at an angle. So once you have your 4 pieces of 4.4mm wire wrapped on, we're simply going to twist them together. This will obviously make the trunk of our design.
Mm-hmm.
Now you could use more wire and have a thicker trunk, which would give you more branches to use.
Yep.
And then what we do is we're going to split, once we've twisted them together for as far as you'd like, we're going to split them into pairs. 2 pairs here. Another 2 pairs there. Now this will give you opportunity to pop the wires where you roughly like them to see. So if I'm going to set this one at a bit of an angle, and I might actually, if I take your pliers in, you could just, because trees aren't always straight up and down, so you could give it a bit of a funny looking trunk.
Mm-hmm.
And you've split them into 2 sections. So I then took this opportunity, think, right, well, where do I want my branches to lie once I've finished? So I want probably 2 to sit here. I've got 2 coming up here, and I want to make sure I've got some branches this side as well. So when you've wrapped your trunk, you now need to feed them up through the top. Like so. Because you want the wires to sit on the outside of the design. So we'll feed them up. So you just need to remember to make sure that at the back, just for the trunk section of the design, and place your wires where you'd like them. And then what you do is you take 2 pairs and you wrap them together with the tiara twist.
So that's taking it from the trunk to the branches,
yeah,
to the section where the gem foliage will come in.
Yeah. So then we do exactly the same. So you'll have 4 branches, but then you have 8 branches coming off.
I see.
And just twist them up. Obviously, the further ones, further away you do, you might want a few more twists, or you might prefer to have a few more stones on. So we twist those together, like so. Now, as I said when I made the design originally, I'd already weaved the frame.
Mm-hmm.
So the idea I've come up with, because I liked things all to sink into one another so that you can't, so there's no distinguishable line between them. What I would do, if I was remaking it, take a number of your emeralds, thread them onto your branch, and the 0.4mm wire goes through these emeralds just lovely.
If you have got any amazing gemstones that have got the really super fine drill holes and you've been fighting with them, I have got the featherweight head pins coming up in a bit by themselves. Massive packs of them. So if that's you, if you got those Ethiopian opal yesterday, those stunners, they'll be coming up for you.
Mm. So what I want to do now is I want to make this branch disappear in my wirework. So all I'm going to do, because I haven't wrapped the top of my frame, which is what I've done on this one, I'm just going to simply
He's not here.
Design.
I'm saying. Sorry, my producer's asking for someone. He's not here. He's making me a brew, to be honest. Pete.
So we're going to wrap it in the design. That will help the wires disappear in the design. That will give you the frame strength. So I wrap that one 2 or 3 times, and then I'm going to go down. And I would, if whichever you've wrapped, whatever style you have wrapped the corner in, because obviously you'll catch this from, as you come round, I would make sure you catch the start of your letter as well, the start of your word. I don't know if you can really focus on that because I've done 0.25mm wire on that. But I've caught the little curl I made on the end of the letter and already tethered it into the frame.
If you keep that still and turn it, camera 2 will be able to pick that up. That's it. There we go.
So I've already caught it there.
Fab.
And then simply popping it in and wrapping it into the design, which means the tails of your wires will disappear into your design and it'll just give it a much cleaner look.
Get it. Good little tip there.
Yeah.
I like that. It just goes through trial and error, isn't it?
It is, and it's amazing what I think about as I'm driving here as well. Really, you should be concentrating on the road, but no, my mind's wandered off.
How to wire up in a different way.
Yeah, how to make life easier and make less errors. And you just follow that method for the same way. Obviously what you need to try and do, if you are doing it like this and you're going to wrap use the wires to wrap the rest of the frame,
yeah,
I would recommend using excess of 0.4mm wire. So make these a lot longer than you'd want them to be, because what you don't really want to be doing is you don't want to be adding wire in and trying to fill in the gaps. If that does that make sense?
Yeah.
So like we've got 4 branches, sorry, 8 branches off our tree.
Yes.
What I would do is I would use 4 to fill in that side of my tree, and then I would use another 4 to fill in that side of my tree.
I see.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, much longer lengths then.
Yeah, much longer lengths, hides it all in with the design, and I think it just gives it a much cleaner look.
That's a good tip.
So we all now want to know how to put the frame on.
We absolutely do.
Or the stand, sorry, not the frame.
The stand. If I show you the stand itself, here we go. So that's it from the side profile. And I'll show you the back as well. And this is actually a movable, isn't it? So it kind of takes it apart, so you can have it flattened, but then it does just hook in as well.
It's very in the beginning of its design, so I was trying to work out how to do it and try and make it part of the design. But again, it was literally something I thought of at the last minute. I'd made it, realised I hadn't put a bail on it.
Yeah.
It's like, what am I going to do with it? I didn't really want to add a jump ring in, because I didn't want to add a jump ring to make it as part of the design, because it wasn't really going to fit in.
Yeah, what do you mean?
So we need to take a length of our wire.
This is the 0.8.
This is the 0.8.
Only a couple of those kits left. That's at the bottom of your screen for you.
And did I hammer that piece, or is it the pieces I had at home that I hammered? No.
No.
I have got. I must have left them at home then. What I did do is, because you do need to have this. Needs to have a little bit of strength. I did actually hammer it. I've got a steel block and a hammer, and I just hammered it very gently to give it a flatter look.
I've got a hammer and block bundle coming up for you in a little bit. Cracking price.
What you now need to do is take into consideration your frame and what the gap is here, because we're going to make an eye loop now. So I used my bailers again, because it's all about, for me, even styles, even hoop loops. I think I used the bigger one, and I simply rolled.
So that's the 3mm loop.
That's the 3mm. And making sure that when you're working with your wire, when we're going to place it into our design, they need to be sat in a letter P shape.
Okay, yep.
Yeah, so sometimes
so not like your eye pin?
No.
The actual pin, yeah.
Yeah. So it's sat in a P shape, but we're actually going to use it so it sits that way. So we'll have the back of the P.
Okay, I see.
It'll make sense in a minute when I put it onto the frame. So we simply, and it's just like a square U, I think they probably would call it.
Okay.
So making sure that when you put it on, always offering it up to the design, and then place your loops. I think on that one I've placed it in between the branches.
Yes. Again,
Probably trying to disguise it a little bit. So you make sure that this is just a little bit smaller than what you're trying to hide it in. Cut off that, because we'll need that for the other side in a minute.
Okay. And then going back in with the 3mm on the bail.
Yeah. Always over eke it, because you can always cut it off and make them level.
Okay.
So it's a bit too long, so I just go back in, and it's probably all about eye. That's probably, no, it's still just a tad too long.
Tiny bit. That's another great thing about the bales, isn't it?
It is.
You're not having to worry about, oh wait, if I put that in the right bit of me round noses.
Yeah, exactly. They have such a versatile use. That's about even. So then also what I did is I took into consideration, well, I don't really want the joins I've made, the loops, I don't want them to show in the front of the design.
Okay.
So I've wanted to make sure that this bit sits in my design. So what I've done is I would feed it in through my design this way.
Yeah.
Don't know if you can see that there. So I feed it in this way, holding it in place, opening up the loops.
Almost like a jump ring.
Almost like a jump ring, yeah. And pulling it over, literally, and then close the loops back up.
Okay.
So that it hides, or it sits in the back of my work.
There we see, so that's like your hinge section.
Yeah. And then we need to make something very similar on the back.
At the bottom.
At the bottom, right. Okay, so I have done that round the wrong way. So the section I've made at the top will have the loops. It has the loops in it like this one does. The way I did that is once I have this piece made, I then need to, taking my balers, using the smallest section.
Yeah, so the 2mm.
The 2mm, and simply placing it in and curling the edge. And you'll do the same on both sides. Again, this is the ideal fact with the balers. They'll give you the perfect size. When you roll it in, it'll all sit the same.
Fab. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
So we're not making a perfect loop, a full loop, just a little kink almost.
Just a little kink. Yeah, so it sits around about the same sort of size.
Okay.
And then all I did is using the bales again, trying not to use the whole of the top one, because it's quite large. Have I brought that back out that way? Can I just have a look at that?
Yeah, absolutely, of course you can.
Yeah, so I've basically brought that back out so it sits, if I do it from the sides. So I put my balers back in there, in that loop.
Yeah.
And all I've done is I've used this top one and I've just pushed it out.
I see, so it gives it a sort of lip.
That's it. That's what you're trying to achieve, the lip section.
Okay.
Of the. Obviously at home you've got more time to play and it'll be a lot better. And this is probably why I work hard and as well whilst I was sat at home.
We have got that hammer block coming up for you later on.
And again, it's all just about tweaking it because you want to make sure it sits. So then we take another piece of our wire and we're going to make exactly the same shape. Mm-hmm. The only difference is we don't need to make the kinks in the back of the frame. So you're using the larger section of our balers, the larger one up from the bottom,
3mm,
and rolling it round. Except this time, this is going to sit in my design this way.
I see. Yep. So it's the other position.
So we're going to make this a flat design.
Okay.
I'm then going to look at the back of my work and I'm going to offer it up because I want it to sit within the. I don't want it to sit edge to edge. I just want it to sit inside. So I'm going to offer it up. Pop my wire against the frame, the stand I've made, and I'm just going to simply. Where do I want it to come out? Well, I want it to be just a wee bit shorter than what I've got. Bend it back out.
Okay.
Cut off the excess because we don't need it. Again, cut off a little bit more than you would necessarily need. Taking the balers, placing them in. Oh, it's too small. So again, it's all done with eye. It's about the right shape. That's it. And then we simply placing it into our work, but this time you're going to go in through the back. So like the time before we went in, when we went in, we placed this frame, oh, it's come off, in through the back of the work to hide the eye loops, so it gives us the arms at the back.
I see, yeah.
So we're going to do exactly the same with this one, placing it in through the back of the work, opening the eye loops up, pulling it onto your frame, closing one loop, closing the other loop, and then with God on our side, so to speak, that would sit. Well, I've not made it very well actually, but that would sit like that.
And that's how you get it to stand up?
That's how you get it to stand up.
That's fab. Thank you so much for showing us that. I love that you can do it in different sizes, different effects, and it's going to stand wherever you like it.
Exactly, and if you're using the bigger gauges of wire, I know we don't have it in stock, but using the bigger gauges of wire, I mean, you could just make such a present look so special.
Yeah.
You know, a wall hanging. If there's a favourite tree that you have in your garden and you're going to have it taken down for some reason, you know, you could take a picture of it and then you could make your own design within that image. It's like an artist and painting.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, Michelle, it's so beautiful. We've had loads of lovely messages in. We'll let you see those in a little bit. What have we got in the second DI, love?
So in the second DI, there's a couple of brief makes. Well, one of them is a brief make, which is a pair of cufflinks for men, because I was asked a lot from the last time when I did them. So I have introduced me to this one, and then we're going to make a scarf pin as well.
Fab. So do stay tuned. After the break, I have so many goodies for you. I have got some tools, some gemstones, and some bargains. So stay exactly where you are. We'll be back in a bit.
As peace of mind for your Christmas shopping, any purchase you make from now until Christmas can be returned to us until the 31st of January 2015.
Before any of the gemstones that arrive here in Jaipur can leave Jaipur for the UK, they need to be tested. So all the genuine gemstone strands go from the vendor to an independent laboratory. They're then tested to prove that they are what they say they are. Now, as you can see here, this shipment of emerald arrived this morning, and it comes with this. This is really important. This shows that the emerald has been tested in random strands and can be proven to be genuine emerald. If this authenticity card doesn't arrive with a genuine gemstone, then the shipment won't go to the UK.
Moonstone is beautiful. It looks so stunning in bridal jewellery. Its iridescence just makes it such a different gemstone against anything else. When you're putting it into your own jewellery, you can put it in tiaras, you can put it in drop earrings, and it makes those pieces special.
One of the most fascinating things about moonstone is, I think, its myth and legend, and whether it's a gemstone which is used for fertility or a gemstone which you give to loved ones, it's a fantastic gemstone to own, especially from JM, because of the natural qualities, the rainbow shimmer which you get from this amazing gem, and whether it's in nuggets or whether it's really highly faceted, whether it's a smaller carat weight or a larger carat weight, you're always guaranteed a superb example of the gem. Once the gemstones leave the laboratory, it's then down to the quality control process. This is a really stringent process which is completed by Ravi and by Ithaca. Random strands are taken from each one of the lots, and you get the average size, carat weight and length of each strand. And this is done so that you know the information that you see on your screens is correct.
stop right now. Thank you very much. Do you need some bail making pliers? Did you miss out on the first set? We may or may not have just had a phone call down from management saying they're rushing a different set of bail making pliers over because so many people missed out. We had hundreds of the other set of bail making pliers, but so many people missed out, so many people messaged in saying, oh no, I just wasn't quick enough. We've got the other set in, the set that Michelle was showing us earlier on. Oh, as soon as they're in, I'm gonna bring them to you, okay? They are literally being driven to us at the speed of a car. So they'll be with us hopefully very, very soon. Stay where you are. My name's Rebecca Redican and I'm joined by the lovely Michelle today. How are you?
Not too bad, my darling. Yourself?
Yeah, not too shabby, thanks.
Good.
Not too shabby. What have you been up to? What have you been doing? I feel like it's been young.
Oh, what have I been up to? What have I been up to? Not a great deal. Christmas shopping, nearly finished.
You've nearly finished?
Yeah.
Have you wrapped any or anything?
Oh, no, not that.
That's a step too far.
No.
Step too far.
Yeah, but I have pretty much finished all of them.
Nice, fab, isn't it? That is organised. I'm not that organised. I was with my cards, but not my presents. So, we were talking just before the break, weren't we, about the fact that if you wanted to create that beautiful twist on the Tree of Life pendant, you're gonna want to be able to harden the back of it, really.
Yeah.
Why is that so important?
Because you want to give it a structure, a stiffer structure to hold on to at the back. And if with our soft wires, it's probably just a little too soft.
Yeah.
I would recommend you harden it, which is what I did on the pieces I've had at home. Because I'm useless and not bring them in.
And you have the opportunity to harden these designs with what I have now. So this is your steel block. Now this is what it says on the tin. It is a block of steel, and listen, it is a super sturdy block of steel. This is around 4 inches by 4 inches and it's ½ an inch thick. So it is super duper sturdy, strong. Now this is imperative for if you're hammering, because if you were to put your piece on here, and you hammer onto it, if you were to do that on your table, on your work surface, of course you damage that, but also with the chasing hammer, your work is going to be done not only by the amount of pressure you put in, but the steel is going to put a pressure back onto it, which means you're going to get an even look to your pieces. We have got your chasing hammer here. Let me show it like this. So, your chasing hammer, this is one of our newer chasing hammers. Now this is important because we have got your flattened side here, which is perfect for strengthening your pieces. You've also got your domed section as well, perfect for adding texture. Now it's really important to point out the handle on this. Not only do you have the slight step in at the top, now that's a relatively new addition, which means that if you do want to get in quite close to your pieces, then you can with your little extra section here. But also down at the end, you've got the dome. Now that means that if you hold it at the end here, the hammer's gonna do the work for you. You don't have to get in and make it really intricate. The actual weight of the hammer will do it for you. It also is important to mention that this is a wooden handle. Now that sounds like probably something a bit silly, but it's important. This is what makes it professional jewellery tool, because you're working against a steel block with your hammerhead. If this was to be metal, like a lot of the pieces that you get, say, from your department stores and your craft stores, you'd get a reverberation through the block, through your metal, or the wire that you're wrapping, through the handle. So it's really important. This is a professional tool as well for your jewellery making. If you or your partner or whoever has a toolkit in the shed or the garage or whatever, that is not for your wire. That is not for your ready-made, your beautiful homemade pieces of jewellery. It is likely to scratch the wire, it is likely to graze the wire, it's likely to bend the wire out of shape and thin it so much that your wire will snap. And if you're doing things like your wire writing, that's the last thing you want, isn't it? Spend that amount of time and then just have it fall apart. This is made for the job. Your price today, see, that's the thing as well. Why would you want to go to a department store and get yourself, you know, the hammers and the blocks there? Because the price points are much, much more than that, and these are actually made for the job. The fact of the matter is, it's designer inspiration. I'm about to drop this price down low. Should be £14.95 for the steel and the hammer today. Both for just £7.95 for you. That is astonishing. And do you know what? At that price point, if you're brand new to us, if you're only relatively new to us, you haven't bought from us yet, what I will say is, you're making your money back just on postage. Which sounds strange as you like, but I mean it. £7.95, you're pretty much at half price anyway, aren't you? Almost at half price anyway. But if you try and post this steel block just by itself, if you try and post this first class, £6.99 it costs. I know that because Gemma Crow sent one to her friends once. £6.99 just to post the steel block. It's £2.99 for the whole day, so treat yourself to it, because you're even making money back just on the block itself. £7.95. Hello everyone coming in for this. Your tool special, treat yourself to it whilst you can. Lovely jubbly. Oh, we're gonna do these. Anyone up for a bargain? Amethyst. These are all double strands. These are all nuggets. These are heaven for people like Mark Smith, heaven for people who like organic pieces, heaven who's been on many of our workshops and have seen exactly how we can use these. They're so simple to use. Now, every single one of these strands is a double strand. Let me make that very clear to start off with. These are double strands due to the length. If we were to chop these at the end point, so like here and here, and if we were to tie these at the end, they would be individual loops that were larger than our average length of strand. So they are double strands. We call them double strands. Actually, they're a little bit more than that, but we play it safe and we say that they are double strands. So here is your double strand. Two strands there, isn't it? So you've got the pink amethyst on this strand. It's beautiful, delicate, almost a Rose de France colour palette, isn't there? 220 carats worth there. You'll then, add this carnelian. Wow. Look at that stunning carnelian tone. I love that we've got a beautiful palette running through there. Sometimes with carnelian you get the very light contrasting with the very dark, don't you? But I like that we've specifically picked out quite a similar tone for this one. You've got 245 carats worth of this. You then get your clear quartz. 215 carats worth of that clear quartz. Go great with those little apples, wouldn't it? That we gave to Michelle earlier on. They are, again, double strands. So already I've got 2, 4, 6 strands, 3 different gemstones. Smoky quartz. Hey, I like this strand because that's a delicate smoke, isn't it? Isn't it? It's unusual to see a strand like this. It's very subtle. You can see it, you can tell it's there, but I quite like that it's so subtle because you've still got the clarity there, haven't you? And actually, at the top of my head, you're right, Tech Up Ryan. Yep. Tech Up Ryan's got a bit of a cold. I can't actually think of a gemstone that looks like this with such a delicate air about it. Can you? Maybe labradorite to an extent, maybe. Yeah, it's beautiful though, isn't it? So that's your smoky quartz, 125 carats worth-ish on that strand. And then something that is so delightful. This is your So Delight plain nuggets, 225 carats worth. I adore So Delight, I'm sure a lot of us know this. It's got that beautiful willow colouring running through it, hasn't it? It's absolutely exquisite. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different gemstones. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 different strands. Your price point. Now, how much would that be per strand then? At that price. Your names have already gone off my screen. Everyone's already buying it at this price that they can see because no one knows what price we're going to. We are taking this down, by the way. Everyone pays the same price, doesn't matter how much you've got them. So that would be £2.95 per strand. Now, I did promise you that per strand they would be under £3, so technically I have stuck to my promise, but you know that wherever I can when it comes to price points, I like to go above and beyond expectations, and I'm not going to let you down today. £14.75 should be a price. Today, though, your names have gone off my screen. Your price. £9.95 for you today. That's not £3 a strand. That's £2 per strand that we have here. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. No, it's not. That's £1 a strand. They're double strands. There's 5 different gemstones. But they are technically the amount of minimum 10 strands. That's working out £1 a strand. £9.95, 5 different gemstones. You've got the amount of 10 strands worth though. What do you think of that price?
Bargain that is. I like Chip's gizmo on a gizmo coiler.
Oh right, how do you do that?
Well, you'll thread them onto you have to be careful because obviously sometimes the drill holes are a bit smaller, so you would thread it onto a 0.4 or a 0.6 mil if you can get it through. The ones I've generally had will get a 0.4 mil. So you thread it onto the wire, then you start to coil it on a gizmo, and then you introduce the beads as you go up.
I love
as you
that
coil
idea.
it on. But then if you're using 0.4, what you need to make sure is you have a thicker gauge wire inside the core, and then you would simply feed it up through the middle.
Yeah.
Trying very carefully as you're bringing it off the gizmo coil, because 0.4 mil with the weight of it will just fall apart. So then you just need to be very clever and very slowly slip the thicker gauged coil, which is always slightly longer than the coiled gemstone gizmo, and feed it through the centre.
And feed it through.
Put it on
Good
a simple
tip.
chain.
I love that.
Very simple.
If you do have any trouble with, if you've got any in your stash at the moment, really tiny drill holes, or if some of these are a bit small, I've got these coming up for you really soon. I've not seen us do a pack of like these before, but we're going to in the gold and the silver. Bless you. Oh, that was a sneezy cough.
Came out of nowhere.
Came out of nowhere. So you've got these coming up for you in a very, very short time. They are our feather weight, so they will fit perfectly. They're coming up for you in a bit. Oh, right now, did you say? You want to do them right now? Okay, I don't mind if we do. Half of my stock has gone on these nuggets. I'm happy to say I had loads and loads of them, but already half of my stock has gone. So if you want them, treat yourself to them. Okay, so these are coming at you now in the 2 different colourways. I'm going to do the golden first, and then I'm going to do the silver. Now, these are special. They're the featherweight. Now that means that they are super, super duper fine. Can I have a normal head pin, please? Or a normal head pin. Have we got one? Have you got one hanging around there, please?
Yeah, I've got them down here.
Because I just need to show you the difference, because there is a vast difference. Huge difference. It's quite nice to see in scale, isn't it, sometimes? Now, not only are they super duper fine, so they're going to go through your high-end gemstones, because sometimes on things like our gems of distinction, because it's so hard to get that quality of gem, you can't get a massive amount of the gem, which means the gems are smaller, so, thank you, the drill hole is often smaller as well. Sometimes, wow, it's such a difference, it is such a difference. Sometimes, with your normal head pins, which I'm showing you here, they just won't go through the hole, especially on things like pearls. Actually, it happens a lot too, doesn't it? Or your gems of distinctions won't go through the normal, but look at the difference in that. That is almost half of the size of those, isn't it? It is such a dramatic difference, it really is. Now, not only that, but you do have the ball pin at the end. Now, these have never actually been on before, and they are your 925. So these are 925, genuine 925, then enveloped in that gold, genuine 9-carat gold. You're getting loads of these, about 100 of them you're going to be getting in total. if you are making special pieces for your loved ones, if you are going to be creating some beautiful pieces to give as gifts or to sell on, or boutique style pieces, then you're probably going to want to work with 925 wherever possible, and we're going to try and make that possible with you today with an astonishing price point. It's genuine 925 enveloped in gold, and it's just £11.95 for 100 of these. They are going very, very fast. We knew that they would because you've not seen these before. We get this featherweights in our findings packs, and they were extremely popular, so we decided to try and branch out and bring them to you in different forms, and we've managed to do that for you today. If you have got stunning pearls, we've had loads of pearls on recently, haven't we? Sadly, that's going to change quite soon by the looks of things, but we have had loads of pearls on recently. And if you have got pearls with small drill holes, if you have been struggling to get through your normal head pins, through your gems of distinction because of the thickness of them, if you have been finding that tricky, then these are going to go much, much further for you. They're going to work so much better for you. They truly, truly are. Now, your names have gone off my screen twice, so please do get your hands on them super duper quick if you want them. These are about to go to the bottom of your screen because I've got the silver version coming for you now. You've got 100 of these again. Let me swap these over. You've got 100 of these again. You've got the same thickness. Now this is your 925. The only difference with these is because it's still 925, but the only difference is you haven't got the gold enveloping these. It's just the base of your 925. Let me show you those. Now, 925, for those of you who have or maybe even haven't worked with them before, 925 is essentially 92.5% silver, 7.5% ore, generally copper. Now that means, why not 100% silver? Okay, well, these aren't fine silver. Fine silver is around 99.9% genuine silver. Now, the issue with creating head pins from that material is the fact that it's far too malleable. Now, it's not 99.9% silver isn't brittle in a way, it won't come apart, but it is far too malleable. So if we were to create something like this from it, things such as the ball head will fall off. Ben, have you not listened? It's not because it's too brittle. I've said that twice now. Listen. Yeah, it's too malleable. It's too malleable. So you have got that effect. It is on silver clay, yes, but when it's like this, it's not that particularly. But you have got that you've got that extra movement. Can you see how malleable that is? I'm literally only holding it. It's super malleable, isn't it? What we have to do to strengthen this, if you wish to work hard in it, take it at one side. It's almost, oh, 9.95. Why, how many have I got left? 20 left. And there's loads of you have come in for this. 9.95 is your price point. If anyone's asking, why is that lower than that? Well, it's because this has got the gold over the top of it. So to work harden, we'll take 2 ends each in our pliers and twist them in opposite direction, and that is the way we work harden your 925. Thank you very much, Pete, you lovely man. 9.95, loads of you have come in for these. We had hundreds and hundreds, but they are already going. So you've got availability of both of them if you're quick. Okie pokely. Designer inspiration time, and it's designer inspiration with a bit of a twist, because you didn't get 1 bead scoop, did you?
No.
You didn't even get 2 bead scoops.
No.
3 bead scoops in this designer inspiration. And we have got, obviously, a bead scoop. If you don't know, we will get an assortment of gems in a similar colour palette, but you can get a variation in sizes, shapes, etc. So what I'm about to show you, you won't get exactly the same. I can say you'll get the same colour palettes though. Let me show you an example. Monochrome, you'll be getting a monochrome bead scoop. Take a look. Oh, look at this one. It's like an ice cube. Look at that. Huge drill hole on that one as well. So I've got cube shapes in here, I've got coins, I've got shell, I've got quartz in here. Oh, I've even got pearls in here actually, which is nice. I've got heart shapes, I've got rondelles, I've got smoky quartzes in here as well. Absolutely loads and loads of your monochrome featured gemstones in here. So although I can't guarantee you'll get exactly the same shapes as me, you will be getting the same amount, which is a bead scoop, so we fill a bag. You'll get the same amount and you'll also get the same colour palette. So you've got your monochrome, you've then got your rainbow tones. I love this one. You can get huge, big, bold pieces of this. You really can. But look, hang on. Look at them. Oh, isn't that absolutely beautiful? Oh, I've also got, hang on, look at that. Oh, that is a beautiful shell, isn't it? That is so wonderful. Amethyst in here as well I've got. Oh, look at that one. Gosh, there's so many different varieties. I've got pearls in here again. I've even got some coral in there too. It's absolutely loads and loads and loads of these goodies in here. So do treat yourself to these. Those are the multicoloured selection that you'll be getting. And then lastly but not leastly, it's kind of the warm palette, isn't it? Now, what is this one called? Red and orange. Yeah, red and orange Lucky Dip gemstone scoop we've got in here. You've got loads and loads of goodies in here. You've got, again, some shell. Oh, I love these ones. Got stars in there, loads of pearls in here, absolutely loads. Let's look at some of them. You've got cubes, you've got... It's just such an array, and it is all in that kind of warmer tone palette. There's some lovely neutrals in there. Do you know what? I love this one. Look, got a leaf in there. Not a real one, a gemstone leaf, obviously. So there's loads in here that we've got, lots and lots and lots. You've then got the wire. Imperative that if you want this amount of wire, you get it. Now, if you've only just tuned in, we did get told very, very recently that we are not allowed to schedule any more wire on our shows unless it's already part of your kit. So if you want it, please do get it whilst you can. You have got here your double twisted wire, and this is your 0.8, 10 metres worth. You've then got your 0.4, and this is 10 metres worth again. You've got your structural 1 mil, and you've got your 0.6, all in the gold colour palette. So if we put these in order, you've got your super duper double twist, really strong. You've then got your structural wire of the 0.4. We've got our 0.6, great for your rings, great for your findings, and then you've got your weaving wire as well. So you've just got a little bit of something for everyone. Everything that you can see on your screen now is what you will be getting. This is going to be fun to play with, isn't it? It's always great to have a bead scoop. It pushes you outside of your boundaries, but you can see the amount you're getting is excessive. People adore bead scoops. Have you had that moment where you feel like your creativity's gone and you're not sure what direction to move in? These can really get you out of that rut, and especially at the price point we're doing today, should be for your wire wonders. But we're going to take it super duper low. Now, the price we're going to do, I am absolutely blown away by, because from my recollection, bead scoops used to be £7 a pack, didn't they? They used to be, the gemstone scoops, definitely, well, they were £6.95, weren't they, if we were to do a pack of them. Today, though, your price is astonishing. It's not 32. 35 for all of these. Don't forget, hardly any wire left. £24.95. When's the last time we had a designer inspiration at that price? We haven't in absolutely ages, have we? What do you think of that price point, Michelle? Sorry, I'm asking you whilst you're under the desk.
Gosh, really? It doesn't seem enough.
I know. For the amount you're getting.
And I've got loads and loads left.
Look at the amount.
Loads left.
Michelle's got left. Because there is absolutely loads, isn't there?
Yeah. That necklace, we need the necklace, honey.
I'm going to go back over here then. This one here.
Yeah.
Okay. There we go. What a massive amount you've made. I can't believe how much you've got left over. I don't think I've ever seen someone with that many gems left over from a designer inspiration. This is a really popular kit. Boy, oh boy, if you want it, you've got to check out. Am I right in saying my quantity is lesser than the one before? We'll find out for you. We have got loads and loads and loads of you getting your hands on this. Do check out those baskets if you want it. There's about 16 in baskets, did you say? You have got £24.95 is your price on this. I've got to say though, it's going really, really quick. Your names have gone off my screen in one person's time, so do get it whilst you can. Bead scoops, discuss.
Yes. Very interesting. The two kits I've had this time round for me are very challenging. And I had to, again, like you do with everything, think outside the box.
Yes, absolutely.
Very much of a challenge for me, to the point I sat there and looked and I thought, I really don't know what I was going to come up with. So it was really just a surprise, because as I started to make things, other ideas started to develop.
Yeah.
I think I made up like the Christmas tree style earrings first, which I love those. And then I think, what did I go on from there? Oh, I made this pendant next. So then it's quite interesting as you sit and look at your bead scoop, you think, oh, well, I could do that. And you know, sometimes a design would enter into my mind before I would do anything else. So it's really quite interesting. Just looking at them, your mind opens you up to a whole different world.
Yeah, and you actually said that you started off with this kit before you went on the other kit because you thought this would be harder, but actually you found this one easier in the end than the other kit. Isn't that funny?
Very weird. Very weird.
There's absolutely loads and loads. You've made 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 pieces.
Yeah.
And you had,
and I've still got
let me show you that gemstone bag. Just, where is it again? This is the gemstones that you had left over. Look at, in fact, let me show you it above. Is that easier? I've just thrown them everywhere. Right, imagine that, but double it in your mind, because that's what I've just thrown on the floor.
There's some lovely drusies in there as well, which I was going to use as cufflinks, but they were too big.
Yeah. Gosh, that's gorgeous, isn't it? There's absolutely loads and loads and loads of you coming in for this. It's such a fab array. It really, really is. It is, you're right. The good thing about bead scoop is you do keep seeing ones that catch your eye, don't you?
Yes.
Oh, I like that one. Oh, that one's got, oh, wow, look at the chatoyasy of that. Oh, what's this?
Yes.
It is beautiful.
It was interesting to sit and, I think my husband was rather intrigued because he sat there and he looked at me and said, well, where are you going to take that then, Michelle? And I said, well, I don't actually know yet, but we'll see and we'll go with the flow and see where it takes me.
And you most certainly did, because you've made loads and loads.
Yeah.
We've got cufflinks, we've got bangles, we've got earrings, we've got necklace pieces, we've incorporated Viking knit into this, we've done that beautiful scarf pin as well. There's absolutely loads. Those are your cufflinks, aren't they fab? Fab, aren't they? So, where are we starting, my wonderful lady?
Wow. I've done the cufflinks before, and there were a few disappointed viewers because I didn't demo them, but they are ever so easy, so I thought I would show you how to make them today because they're not simple. I just cut the wire. Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's easier to do, isn't it? Oh, actually,
because they wouldn't feed through.
You know what I mean? So this is how the cufflink would sit and rest
in the shirt,
and then there's your T-bar, isn't it?
Yeah.
They're so fab. It's lovely to have a few sort of different styles, isn't it?
It is. I mean, you could, if you were doing a Christmas present for somebody that regularly wears them, Ed, the presenter, regularly wears cufflinks. In a bead scoop, the luxury of it is you've got different shapes, different colours. There's so much more for you to choose from.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Than just sort of being stuck with the one colour.
Yeah,
I think personally. So,
okay.
To start, I do have a Wagswork comb at home, but we do, and I think you're out of stock of this, is the Cone-tastic. And the reason why, I don't know, the Wagswork comb I have is quite a slender one. I think you do one with changeable heads. Haven't got the maxi, no. I needed the one that has the thicker of the cones on.
Yeah, I see.
Did I use the twisted wire or the... No, I didn't.
I think Liam's going to drop the price. He is doing it.
Oh gosh.
Hang on, what was it before? Remind me. No, £32.35.
And it's dropping it.
£21.95. Look at your phone. Treat yourself, do it whilst you can. Loads in baskets, do check those out. Don't forget, you get all of that wire and the 3 bead scoops as well, £21.95 for you.
Okay, so with the wax wire comb, the hole is at the top of the wax wire comb.
Yeah.
On the cone tastic, it's at the bottom.
Mm-hmm.
And we do exactly the same as you would do with the wax wire comb. You place an eye on the loop. I think it's Gemma Crow's technique, this is. And then you just simply bring it round.
Okay.
Now it doesn't matter if it sort of goes out of shape here, because we're going to squash it down anyway.
If it springs out a little bit.
Yeah. So you have your comb. And by this time you would have chosen your bead. And I did have a bead here. There it is. So I chose a banded purple agate, I think. And as you can see at the moment, the bead just falls through the middle.
Yeah, it does.
Okay. So what we need to do is I cut off the coils until I got it until the stone sat exactly where I wanted it to.
Okay.
So, and I did use the coils as I cut them off.
So you've used those?
Yeah, if you have a look in the, where's the other pair of earrings? The black and pearl ones, I used the bits I've cut it off.
In these
as earring findings.
So we've used them, the coils that we've cut off for them, just as the earrings. That's clever, isn't it? Fab.
So you just keep offering the stone into your cup so you get the right size. Now what you want is the bead to sit a little further than the edge of the coil. Could you just pass the cufflinks over,
Yeah,
Becky?
of course.
So it'd probably look better rather than trying to scribe it. So I've placed the bead in and it sits, or it protrudes further than the coil does.
Yeah.
So we just need to keep doing that until you find it sits quite nicely. So I'll cut off the next
So
one.
depending on the size of the gem, will depend on how many coils you need.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so that's probably about right. That's probably about where my coil sat, or my bead sat. And you, again, you've got a tail here because this will make the back part of your cufflink.
Okay,
the T-bar section.
T-bar.
So mine went blank then, couldn't think of the word. So at the moment, it's all sort of sprung out of place. All we're just going to do, leave it like that.
Okay.
Perfect, because we're going to wrap in between using the V-shape method here. So taking your 0.4mm wire.
Yeah.
And this is probably the most time consuming of it all. And what I quite often find is it would keep moving. So I found a way.
What, the coil will?
The coil, yeah. Every time you, because you pull on it quite tight. So what I did, taking my flat nose pliers and bending the curve out.
Mm-hmm.
And this, I made this cufflink. This is exactly the same way I made the other cufflinks from last week's show, using the cut collection drilled. So the really expensive ones we have that have the centre drill holes.
Yeah.
We used exactly the same method.
Okay.
But what you would do with that is you would just make sure that your gemstone sits nice and flush,
I see,
rather than protruding.
Yeah.
And then what I did is placing my 0.4mm wire in where I've just bent
the base
and feed it up through.
Yeah.
Oops. Doesn't want to go all the way along. And this is why I say it's nice if they've got gaps, because it means you can put your wire through. It's not going to catch at the beginning. So I eventually then found a way of holding it so I could work with it. So then I would put my index finger in the coil and just pull the wire out.
Okay.
So once I've wrapped that one 3 times, I would then take my wire in at the top into the next section of the coil.
Yeah.
So you can see that? So
yeah, I can see that.
Yeah. And I would pull.
You can always hear it sort of nicking into place, can't you?
Yeah. and then you would feed it in, and it is really, really fiddly. But once it gets going and your hold's all in place, it's a whole lot easier. So we would wrap that 3 times.
So you're just kind of going up a step each time, aren't you,
Yeah.
to give that V shape?
So now I'm going into the next section, next part of the coil. What you would also need to remember is, I think on the end of the cufflinks, don't wrap all the way to the end, because you want to create just a little coil detail on the top.
I see.
Okay. So we just wrap that all the way around. So we go up and down,
Yeah.
like so. And again. And then just wrap that in. So I will catch that top one once because I'm right close to the end, and I probably wouldn't do another coil on there.
No.
So do that all the way around.
So just moving up and down
Yep.
to create the V. Fab.
So it's really just quite simple.
And you can see it is getting a bit quicker, kind of once it's built up a little bit, isn't it?
And it just becomes a bit firmer in its structure as well. It doesn't move around so much either. But also keeping your finger in the coil keeps it in place as well.
Okay.
And you can, I made a pair of cufflinks probably in an hour.
Can you just pop your hands?
Yeah, sorry, darling. So, yeah, probably made them in about an hour.
Yeah.
A pair.
That's
So I'm
not too bad.
No, it's not too bad. I won't wrap all the way around because it's just exactly the same all the way around
Okie pokely.
as you go round. Then what you do, once you have wrapped all the way around, and you've got your wire that now sits at the top of your design, so just feed that through. I need it to come out at the top. Again, using excess length of your 0.4mm wire, because you're going to be holding the gemstone in place with it in a second.
I see.
Okay.
Okay.
Thread your bead on, and it sits very nicely in the cup.
Yeah.
What you need to do is you then need to introduce it into the weave. So you weaved all the way around. The last thing I put in is the bead, but I would find a space probably on this instance, which is the second row down, because I don't really want the wire to show. I think because there we are. So I'm trying to hide that wire as much as I can, because you don't really want to be, I suppose it's the secret. Try and hide it. People don't realise how you've done it, and they're intrigued by it all then.
Of course. Almost looks like it's just suspended.
Yeah, exactly. So once it's hidden, you secure it in place within the wraps that you've already done around probably 3 or 4 times.
Okay, fab.
Cut that off.
Snip.
Coil the end. And then what you could do, if you think in this instance, well, the outside sits just a little bit bigger than I want it to, and I want it to sit in the bead a bit more, cover the bead round.
So you just
Tease it round.
Teasing it around a little
That's
bit.
it. Lifting it out at an angle slightly.
Mm-hmm.
Take your round nose pliers and coil it round.
Okay.
Oops. Which will give you the detail on the top
I
of
see.
your cufflink. And this is how simple it really is. You take the back of your cufflink using the bailers. I used the 2, 3, 4, 5mm bailer, and bring the wire around. And then once it's come round and you've got a full circle,
Yeah.
using your pliers, bring that round so that the loop sits at the back of your design.
Okay.
Probably see it a bit better on those. So as I've coiled it round, I brought them round, and the loop sits in the design there.
I see, yeah.
So it's hidden. So the core is
hidden a
probably a bit bigger than what I've used on here.
Okay.
And then you simply leave that as an open loop, because you need to add in the T-bar section of your piece.
Mm-hmm.
So So that's the front bit of the coil, which will thread through the shirt and sit on the outside for everyone to see. You then need to work out the T-section. So what I did is I take a piece of wire, length of wire, and that's probably 10 centimetres, do you think?
What, the whole thing?
Yeah, it's about 10 centimetres.
Just that section there.
10 centimetres. Bend it in half. Not all the way, you just want to create a right angle.
Okay.
I've now got to remember how I did them. Using the small section of your pliers, bring it round. So you have almost as if you were the safety pin side.
Yeah, I see.
Yeah. And then what you're going to do, take your flat nose pliers and pull it out that way.
I see. Bring
Do
them
the
out.
same with the other side. Bringing it out.
Yeah.
Yep.
I see. Fab.
So it gives me one loop is one way and the other loop is the other way. Snipping off the ends. Which I would say that's probably about 2 centimetres, maybe a
Yeah,
little bit
possibly.
more. And I just took my bailers, using the small one,
Make sure it's the same
make
size.
sure it's the same size, and just create a loop.
Yeah.
Do the same on the other side. So when you coil your T-section,
Yeah.
the loops will go in the opposite
Opposite
direction.
I see.
Unlike me, where I've done them in the same direction.
You can just pull them around, can't
Yeah.
you? It's easy enough.
Just do that there.
Holding that. Yeah.
Do the same on the other side.
Snip off a little bit again. Smallest point on the bailers.
Yeah.
Move them in a little bit for me
Which
again.
gives you the T-bar section of your cufflink,
Yeah.
opening up the back. And the nice thing is it's 1mm wire, so it's nice and structured.
You just lost
Dropped
it.
on the
You
floor.
haven't. It's there. I'll get it.
Oh, you're a star, thank you.
No problem, love.
And then you simply feed it on.
And that loops through the double
That
loop we
loops
did.
through, close it off. The nice thing about using the 1mm wire is it's nice and structured, and that gives you your cufflink.
That is fab, isn't it? And guess what else is fab? They have just been rushed through to us. We are so excited to have these in. Bail making pliers. We've already sold out of the other bail makers that we had. Those 6 steps we sold out of within minutes. If you want these, you've got to be quick. Are you ready? Are you steady? Let's go. There you go. Let's get in on these. These are your beautiful big bail making pliers. Now you have these, and these are the ones that you got from us. I know you got the other ones, but these are the ones that we created.
Yeah.
Tell us about what's different with these ones.
They give you, well, obviously they are larger in loop size, so
Yes.
give you a larger design, but it opens up a world of Christmas tree earrings. If you want to make a charm bracelet in the style of up there,
Oh,
sorry darling, using Viking weave, and then some of the bead scoop had some pretty stones in, so I made a coil with a loop in. I can show you that's quite simple how to do that, and then I was able to feed it onto some Viking weave, so almost as you've got that famous charm bracelet
The
style.
well-known bracelets, indeed. We know what you mean. These are fab. You also have your half-round section on here too. They're just sturdy, big, bold,
Yeah.
beautiful, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. Well, you need them. I don't say that very often, but you
do.
need them.
You need them.
You need them.
The sizes are 13mm, 16mm and 20mm on here. I've got loads already gone. Your price point today, just £9.95 for you, and they do have the super squidge handles as well on there too. do treat yourself to these today. We sold out of the other ones super duper quickly, and we've just had these run into us, as it were. So do treat yourself to them for that big, bold, beautiful effect. They're backed by very popular demand, £9.95 today.
Lucky I've got mine.
I was
I'm
going to
all right
say.
with those.
You're all right.
I'm
You're
all
happy
right
with those?
Yeah.
Good. Right, what are we going on to next, lovely?
So I thought I'd show you briefly how to make a scarf pin, which is up on my scarf up there.
The chic
one.
Chic scarf pin.
Yes. So, could I just ask you so I can have a quick look at how I started the letter
Yeah, I
C
can. Let me
on
just
there?
turn it around for you.
Thank you, darling.
I'll knock
Okay.
everything over whilst we're there as
Thank
well.
you.
Why not? No problem. Yep.
So, normally when I start to wire write, I would normally start at one of their ends.
Yes.
With the scarf pin, I'm going to start in the middle.
Okay, brilliant.
Okay.
So you've got use at both sides then
Yes,
to create the pin.
exactly.
I see.
So, what we do is I would say there is 60 centimetres approximately.
Okay.
And again, the bigger the design, the more wire you would need to use.
Of course.
Again, you can't really add wire into this sort of design. 0.4 you could, but you wouldn't really be able to add 0.8 million wire in.
Okay.
So I need to create a letter C. So taking my ever so lovely balers, creating a letter C.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then what I would do for my letter C, using my round nose pliers, just bringing it round.
Okay.
Yeah, which will give you the curl at the top of the C.
I see.
Always, where the wire twists, I always take advantage of the twist point because it can give you some nice straight, clean lines.
That's good.
Yeah. So, placing my pliers in at my twist point and just bringing it up because I'm making a letter H.
Okay.
And then I'm going to bring my pliers in probably just before the H tops out, before the C tops out, sorry, not H. And I'm just going to bring that down.
Down towards the back.
Yeah, down to the back. Well, in this instance it's level. And then just squash it flush, which is a bit tricky with twisted wire, but it does go there eventually. It does twist eventually.
Okay.
Sit nice and neatly together. And then simply bring out this wire from the back. Probably a bit
So that's to create the hump of the H.
Yes. And then using your round nose pliers if you've got them, if you haven't used the balers, using your balers if you've got them, if you haven't used your round nose pliers, and then just bringing that round. Remembering to ease your fingers round because you need to bring the wire back up to make an eye in a moment.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to use my little round nose pliers just so it sits nice in a nice line together. So then we need to create an eye.
Okay.
Did I bring it to the back of that one or the front of that one? That's the trouble, it's trying to remember it all.
You brought it up and out.
Up and out. Okay. So that's my eye. So I now need to create a C from that design.
Okay.
So placing it in, using the twist point, and just bringing it out. So we now have a C, H, and an I.
Yeah, I see.
Now, this is where it gets tricky.
Oh.
Because you need to create a letter C. And I've got to remember how we did it. Okay, right. You're going to bring the wire to the front of this C.
Mm-hmm.
So for now, where it jets out, bend it, bring it to the front. Okay, so I've placed my pliers in and I brought it to the front.
I see.
Yeah. I'm going to squash it. taking your bailers, if you have bailers, if not, round nose pliers will do the same. You need to curl the top slightly, so it starts to produce the letter C. And then because the wire, or if I do it that way, it'd be easier. Because my wire is at the front of my design,
Yeah. You can
it's going to
tease it
round,
Yes, I see.
which will create your letter C. So I've hidden it within the eye now. I didn't bring it out quite far enough.
I see.
Yeah.
Yeah, chic.
Chic. Normally, if I bent the wire too far in, which is my mistake, which is why the eye got hidden. So you'd want to bring the bend out a bit further.
Okay,
because
before you
obviously
went into that
C is
C.
quite curvy, isn't
Yeah, I
it?
see.
And then all we do to make the rest of the design, using your hands and the heat in your hands with the point with your the heat in your hands and your thumb, you just need to make a design. Again, design is entirely yours. It's preferable to whichever you would like. In this instance, I just made a loop here. So I've used my fingers and my thumb, and I brought that round. I need a curve in there.
Yeah.
Just manipulate it. And then what you'll need to remember to do is whatever you started on the top is going to be the opposite end. So this wire, we're going to bring round, but it's going to come up from the bottom.
I see. Almost creating sort of an infinity loop, isn't it?
Yeah. So again, just using my wires. We're using my fingers, warming the wire. And as I warm the wire, I'm bringing it and curling the wire around. Using my fingers all the time. Bring it round.
And of course, the more you sort of warm it with your fingers, the less you have to fight with it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
My hands have got quite sweaty now. And then as you've come out the other end, just remember to give it that curve.
Okay.
Yeah.
I see.
So then you have something that resembles that.
Fab.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see. Chic.
Chic. Then what we did is you have your bead scoop. Now you could just be random and pop your hands in your bead scoop and pick a bead.
Yeah.
One that's ideally round. You could use any of the shapes, but I like to use round. So, well, that's too big.
There's a good bit about the bead scoops is that although it is a bead scoop and it is a random selection, as it were, you get a lot of the same, don't you?
Yes, yes.
You do get quite a few of the same ones.
Yeah.
The bail makes it go into the bottom of your screen and the kit's coming up to the side. So if you want to get your hands on the last few of that kit, they'll be at the side, $21.95 for you with those 3 bead scoops and 40 metres worth of the wire as well.
So taking your point, once you have your basic design, you don't really do anything more to that, and because you're going to start feeding your beads in.
Okay.
And again, this will give it some structure, because when you start to feed your beads in, it will make it structure and it won't move. But also, when I made that word chic, because I was aware that it was going on an article of clothing, I made sure that when I threaded the bead on, that I tied the word to the frame as well. So I've chosen a bead. I'm going to use this orange one. And like everything, I always start in the centre of my designs.
Why is that?
Because I like evenness. My brain is not a big symmetrical fan. Asymmetrical, sorry.
Okay.
So I like everything to be symmetrical.
Okay.
As you probably see, the earrings are all in the same order.
Yes.
The
same size, same order,
size,
same colour.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The brooch pin is exactly the same.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I don't do symmetrical. Although I managed it.
Yeah.
Asymmetrical. I did manage it on my Tree of Life necklace.
Yeah, of course you did.
So I can do it.
You can do it.
I can
It's just
do
you
it.
prefer.
I prefer not to.
Okay.
So I've placed my bead into the centre, and it's right in the middle. So I want to secure that H because I don't want it to pull out. And you only need to put one wrap over it.
Okay.
Yeah. That just basically ties that word to that frame, and then you wrap that round. So then what you need to do, so you've done the top bit, so you now need to do the bottom section. So we've threaded our bead on, and we've started work in the middle of our 0.4mm wire. And thread it round. So then we choose our next one. Would you like to choose a bead?
Oh, yes, I would. What about the pearls? I think
Put a pearl
you
in
can't
there?
find two pearls that are exactly the same, can you? Can I pick one out of here, please?
If you wish.
Do you want one or do you want two? You need two that are the same, don't you? They're not the same.
Same size.
Use that one.
So then we do exactly the same. We simply thread on as many as you like.
So I suppose the bigger, the bolder, the more gems.
Yes, yes.
And I suppose if you add more gems on, have you therefore got more possibilities to anchor?
Yes.
So it gives the piece
yeah.
more strength?
Yeah. So we then just do the same method all the way along, and that is simply, almost I suppose you just describe it as channel set it. Would you say that was the
Yes,
right way?
I know what you mean.
You're
I get the
fixing
idea.
it between two pieces of wire, so you have like this channel set idea.
Look.
That's it, yeah. So then you have two ends. So you filled both sides with gemstones.
Yeah.
So you've done both sides because they come up either side. All you do to finish your piece off is you cut off some of the excess, taking your round nose or your bailers, whichever you prefer, and coiling over the ends. What you want it to do is sit right in the centre of the design, so there's far too much there, Michelle.
Better to have too much than too less because you can't
Exactly, because I can't add in. No. It's all trial and error.
Absolutely.
You waste a lot of wire doing it this way, I suppose. So you bring it in with in your design. You would then find a bead that will fit that hole.
Okay.
Did I put a bead in the centre of mine? Yes, I did.
I think you did, yeah.
So if we find what will sit in there, that's too big. That pearl might sit there. That pearl might look quite nice. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, that's pretty.
So we then take your 0.4mm wire, thread your pearl on, and this will then anchor your coil to the rest of the design that you've made. So you're feeding it through. Oops. And bring it up through the centre to catch that in place. Probably one wrap would be enough there.
Yeah.
And then what I would do is I go down and I introduce the wire into the bottom part of my frame, so the main part of my frame.
So you're purling that through,
Yeah.
just to introduce it.
So that's quite secure there. That isn't really going to move off from there.
No.
So then I would do exactly the same. Bring the wire up. Just one loop to secure it to the top. And then you find another smaller bead. Got another small pearl in there.
Similar in size, yeah, I have.
Or,
How about this one?
Got a flat one. Will that flat one sit there? Yeah, it might work.
What's that?
I'm going to hide it.
I love the amount you've got in here. It
Oh,
keeps you
there's-
entertained
yeah,
for weeks. Literally weeks. isn't
So
it?
all I've done is we've taken the pearl out, and then we're just going to wrap it to the top.
Okay.
And you'll repeat that both sides.
Both sides of that kind of
Both sides.
eternity loop.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then cut off your ends. So we don't need those for now. And same there. So let's just bring this piece in, so we can just put the section on the back that fixes it to the scarf. Cut that off. Loop that over. I'm just going to tie that in, Becky. Whilst, oops. So they're really quick makes, but can be very effective.
And unusual, actually, as well.
Yeah.
Aren't they?
And that, you know, it's trying to encourage people to have a go at wire. You don't have to do lots of complicated designs.
But the thing is, they're not complex, but they
They
are
are very attractive.
beautiful.
Yeah. Now you could turn this into a brooch pin. Wouldn't have to be a scarf. You can turn it into a brooch pin. So you would make a pin and you would just fix it to the back. Let's just take that out so far. Oops, where's my flat nose? Let's hide that there. So that's essentially the part of my scarf pin, the front section.
Mm-hmm.
What I did is I took the piece and I just formed it on the wrist, because obviously I want to try and make it so it has a curve to it. So I used my wrist as a template.
That's a good idea.
And then sort of curled over the edges. Yeah, so it has like a bowed effect.
Okay, I see.
And then all I did, was I took 3 strands of the twisted wire.
About how long are they?
These are probably, again, 10 centimetres thereabouts. Yeah, 10 centimetres by the time I curled the ends over. So just long enough so it fits the back of your design, really. Simply done a V-shaped wrap. So it goes, or a zigzag wrap, up and down, up and down. And you'll do that all the way to the end. I don't need that. And then I simply made sure that all of the ends were the same length. Took my bailers, again because it gave me a nice round, round shape, so it's all the same size.
Because there's not the graduation in the steps.
Yep. And what I actually did at home was I curled, like I have done there. I curled all 3 ends and then added it to the design. In hindsight, probably what I would have done is curled one, opened it up, placed it on the design, and close it. Because sometimes this is what I struggle to do, is get them all closed neatly.
Okay.
So then
So is that why you're doing one at a time?
so I did one, yeah.
Got a bit more space then, I suppose.
Yes.
You're not fighting.
Yeah, exactly. And as you're closing it, what you're doing is you're actually catching it already in the design, because you'll see the difficulty I have in a minute when I attach the other end
Okay.
to the design. And then we do exactly the same.
All right, so that's all of those being attached.
Didn't quite catch that one, so pop that one in. Close it. So that's where they sit.
Yeah.
And then I would simply bring those pieces in, and it's all manipulation involved at this point to work out where you want it to sit.
I get you.
So I probably want it to sit about there. So now, because I've curled the ends in already, I have to open them up automatically, one by one.
One by one, okay. Are we opening them like a jump ring still?
Well, I
Because the
opened them
middle
like a
one-
jump. When I did this, I opened them as I was going to reopen them rather than opening them to the side.
Okay.
Because I really struggled. So my top tip would be for you, if you're going to do this, make sure you make one loop and put it onto your pin ready, and then coil the others whilst they're on.
Okay.
Okay?
Yep, so
Because-
you've got that
Yeah, because it can be quite a tough, fiddly job to try and get it in.
Okay.
So now I'm going to have to go in and open that one and try and close it.
And that middle one.
Yeah. And once you catch one, it all does. So now I have to try and go in and close that. See, that one's caught now, whereas I was struggling to get it in before. So you could close it. And the difficulty you have then is trying to close this one here.
But it is obviously doable, it's just about taking a bit of time, isn't
Yeah, it is.
Once everybody checks out, I'll have about 10 of this kit left over, the wire wonders. So if you want it, Get your hands on it. Huge saving. It's only £21.95. You've got the 3 gem bead scoops in the monochrome, in the multicolour, and in the red and orange, I think I might say. And you got 40 metres worth of wire, included that twisted wire as well. It's only £21.95, so treat yourself. And especially if you want gold coloured wire and you need it, because we are running low on stock. So do check out your baskets, please.
And there you have your pin.
And there it is, your beautiful scarf pin. How fab is that as a design? And the thing is, I know I was saying to you earlier on, these scarves are huge in fashion at the moment.
Definitely.
Massive in fashion at this time of year. So it's nice to be able to just jazz up your piece, really, isn't it?
Something that will be quite plain, like a plain black scarf, can be jazzed up with something quite elegant.
Absolutely.
I mean, you don't have to wire, right? You can make a flower with the similar design, and once you've made the flower, because you have wires coming out at the back, you can make them leaves, and then you would tie the base of this pin into the leaves. There's lots and lots of scope for movement with it as well.
Fab. Thank you so much for showing us both of those. Now we are going to go to a break in a moment, but we'll squeeze in a couple of texts because you've had absolutely loads in.
Have I?
You've had loads and loads and loads in. That scarf pin would look lovely as a hair clip.
Yeah.
I love seeing all your designs, Michelle. Thank you for your inspiration, and that's from Joanne.
Oh, thank you.
Really good idea as a hairpin. How would you do that?
You'll probably tie it to a, you could tie it to a slide using 0.4mm wire, or put it on a hair comb.
Yes.
I have thought of some designs for a hair comb, but that's for a later show.
Ah, it's for a later date. Sneaky, sneaky. Thank you very much for that, lovely Joanne. Got some more in. Someone was asking about the Christmas earrings, and we made these on the bail pliers, didn't we?
We did.
On the ones that are on the bottom of your screen right now.
Shall I show you how to do those?
Yeah, you've got about 4 minutes. Yeah, is that enough? Is that right?
Now I did use the steel block and hammer. So you will need the steel block and hammer for these, because you need, so taking the large bailers, placing the wire in, bring it round. And what you want to do, no, you don't do that first.
No.
I've got that wrong. What you need to do is you hammer it first.
Okay.
And when you hammer it, it creates gaps within the wire.
Yeah, because where you've got the twist, it kind of peels them a bit.
So it opens them up. That will then give you the flexibility to tie in the beads in within those gaps. Because if you were to tie them in just on the round piece of wire, all they're going to do is fall round the spiral.
I get you.
And all collect to the bottom.
Got you.
Hammering it will give you the flexibility to feed and it is the fine head pins you want.
The featherweight ones that we had earlier.
The gap's not too big. And will give you the flexibility then to create a wrap loop and tie it in.
Okay.
So, but the beads are added on after you've designed it. So once you've hammered it flat, place your bailers in and wrap it round. And as it meets, as the wire comes round, you then, so as it starts to meet in the centre there, on that top loop, we then bring it round and bring it down at an angle to the next loop.
Yeah.
Do the same, taking them out, and as it meets, you bring it down to the next one. Yeah. And the way around. And that is what creates your Christmas tree.
How easy is that?
And then it's nice and easy. You curl the top, and all I've done, I think again it might be a Sammy Fletcher design to make them so they have a little swirl, a little effect with them, is I put a bead on a head pin, fed it through the centre with the eye loop that I've created, then put a bead on top.
So you've got that movement there.
Yes.
They are wonderful, wonderful. If you want to be able to create these are at the bottom of your screen that we have here. I notice you keep the guard on for that point, don't you?
Yes.
To keep it nice and smooth and round.
Yes, you can, because it can mark the wire if you're not careful.
Yeah. So if you haven't seen these before, because I've had a few messages in about what is it, Liam? People are asking about keeping it apart to keep it. I'm going to guess that it's this. I'm going to guess that it's this. So this is your guard, that shield that you will have on one side, which you've seen as you loop it around. It means you don't damage your wire because it's not metal on metal. But this is removable, which means, hang on, I've taken it off and put it in the wrong way. That is removable, which means that you get half a curve on it then, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So it's for a different shape, essentially. It does kind of your smiley
I would have thought so, yeah.
loop, doesn't
I've
it?
never removed it, to be honest.
Yeah.
But yeah, I would have thought so.
So, pardon, what did you say then, Sweet Pea? Oh, right. So these are your bail making pliers at the bottom, 13, 16 and 20 mil. They're $8.95 for you today. And there's how you create that gorgeous pair of earrings.
Nice and easy.
Thank you so
You're
much
very
for showing
welcome.
us all of those designs. What did you say then, Sweet Pea? Oh, they're talking about the break. How exciting. We're going to India on the break, apparently. Oh, no, we're not. Not anymore. Changed. We're going to revisit an old friend in the break. And after the break, what have I got coming up after the break? I've got some cabs coming up for you. I have got some findings coming up for you. And you voted for it. Michelle's been making with it. We're back with this lovely lady to have a look at her challenge. Stay exactly where you are.
Do you have a question that you need answering?
Well, did you know you can ask to speak to an accredited jewellery professional in our call centre?
Trained by the GIA, you can ask us any gemological question and we'll do our best to help.
We don't just sell gemstones, we know gemstones.
That's why when you buy from us, you're buying with confidence. Buy your genuine gemstones from genuine accredited jewellery professionals.
It's been absolutely fantastic. It's the Resin Projects course, and Fiona is a terrific teacher. She's fun, she's very knowledgeable, and we've learned a lot of things. We're going home today with about 4 different projects, and they're absolutely beautiful. I bought a lot of the resin several months ago when it was on television being demoed, but I've never actually used it because I always like to come to the workshops first before I do anything. And I'm now going to be confident enough to go home and use it.
The fastest way to shop with JewelleryMaker is by going to our website. Just click on the sign up button. Once you've filled in the required details, you can start shopping. You can watch the show by clicking the Watch Live button on the front page. You can also use our Refine tool and narrow down your search. Once you've found an item that you like, just simply click on the Buy Now button and the item will be added to your basket. Don't forget you can add as many items to your basket per day and still only pay 1 P&P. Enjoy shopping with JewelleryMaker. If you miss a JewelleryMaker show, then simply go to our YouTube page where you'll be able to find hours of JewelleryMaker footage. Search by show, date or type. Alternatively, search by guest designer by using our playlist page. You can also find hours of tutorials with handy hints and tips to give you inspiration. Our YouTube page is updated on a daily basis, so you can access any show at any time. Stay in touch with JewelleryMaker.
Welcome back everybody to Design Inspiration. Thank you for joining us today. We've had such a wonderful time. I've got more back in stock tools coming up for you today. Now, if you're watching now and you're thinking, oh, it's getting to that time that it's time to put on the roast, fine, put it on, that's okay. But keep your eyes peeled because don't forget, I'm on the Late Show with you as well. I've got Tanzanite coming up. I've got ridiculously low bundle prices. And I've got a back in stock tool coming up for you really, really soon as well as cabs and so much more. I am joined today by the lovely Michelle as well, so you don't want to miss anything. How are you, lovely?
Not too bad, my darling, yourself?
How's your challenge?
Not bad, not bad. We're getting there slowly.
Yeah? Are you having fun with it?
I am. I've got time to, I've done some cufflinks for a man. I've got time to work some with other magic now.
Work some magic.
Yes.
I like the sound to that a lot. Where are we going? Bundle. This is the bundle that I pointed out to you early on because I thought it'd go really nice with that quartz. The price point of this is fantabulous. Let me show you them one at a time. Let's get the should be priced on, in fact. 2 strands. Should be $11.90. I'm going to take it lower than that. Genuinely. Take a look at these 2 strands, both graduated quite dramatically. All about the rounds, this is called. You've got your blue and your red colour dyed quartz here, and these are 5 to 15 mil. Each one of these is faceted. Let me just show you the graduation. So we've got around 15 mil here, all the way to those really, really delicate 5 mil at the end of this strand. You've got loads in here and it's that beautiful blue colour palette. If you've got lapis in your collection at home, then these are going to work perfectly, aren't they? Those ones sort of interwoven together. So we've got that gorgeous real regal blue, and then you have your very berry reds. Again, 15 mil right in the centre, super facets on those, and then all the way to your super delicate. Now, why is it so important to see graduation? Well, because essentially it means that you've got versatility within there. In this one strand, I could make something really super sweet, delicate, intricate. I could also make something big, bold, eye-catching. Because I've got the graduation and because I've got plenty of it on these strands, around 40 centimetres long each of these strands, and you've got a massive carat weight, 270 carats on each. So, for the versatility we've got here, this is absolutely phenomenal. The price point's going to be pretty amazing for you as well. It's not going to be £11.90, which is what you can all see. I am going to drop it down low, but honestly, you've got to be quick. I did give you a heads up about this at the beginning of the show. You've got to be quick. 2 strands today. £7.95 for you on these strands today. You've got big, bold, graduating down to your little sweet delicate. Every single one of them though, beautiful pop of colour, gorgeous saturation, the perfect tone, and that super duper facet. Oh well. What would you do with these if you were to work them together, Michelle?
Oh, I would use them together probably rather than separate.
Oh yeah?
Yes. I would make a pair of earrings, definitely. I would probably make a lariat style necklace and have them sort of dangling at the bottom. So what I'd probably do is have a T-bar style clasp, and I would use the round section,
the loop of the toggle clasp.
At the toggle, that's it, the toggle clasp, that's the word I was looking for. The toggle clasp, I would have them on chain just dangling off the bottom, and then I would have it would be like a very long chain, and then I would use obviously the other end of the T-bar to make it
do the lariat
so it would
style.
look quite nice.
That'd be pretty.
I could imagine them sat in this sort of design here.
Oh yeah, Christmas tree.
Yeah, but rather than sat on the outside of the swirl, have them just dangling in the middle, so they'd hang freeform in the middle. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean.
Yeah, so they would just be loosely in the middle, so you'd then have like a spiral around the outside of them, would probably be where I'd go. There's definitely some rings in there, like the bobble rings I do. There's quite a few ideas in there.
I like that. It's fab, isn't it?
Yeah.
£7.95. Get it whilst you can. Lots of multi-buyers. Congratulations. What did you say you want to do now, sweet? Ah, yes. Hang on. Crimp bead covers. Yeah, can I have a blackboard, somebody, please? We have got your crimp bead covers now. Thank you, Peter. How are you?
All right.
Yeah? What's been going on, Brother Pete? Are you looking forward to 8 hours straight? Our family reunion today? Good. Just preparing for it, are you? Great. I have got here for you, oh, a jump ring there, your crimp bead covers. So, if you've got your crimp, which is your cylindrical tube, and you flatten it down, sometimes you want to hide it because it will be flattened. If we don't have the crimp and pliers, you want to cover it up. Not only does it add security, but it does add a really nice professional finish, because it almost looks like just you've attached a bead. Take a look at them. They're little C shapes. So if you imagine your cords within here, oh, stop it, yous. Get here. So you pop your wires in here and you just squeeze them together and they, oh, stop it now. You're just being silly. No, it's not. I'm gonna have a word. Oh, come on. Oh, wait, hang on. Remember presenter training? They didn't train us with the tweezers, you were just meant to know. If all else fails with the tweezers, you just scoop and tilt. There we go, little trick. Little trick for you all. These are your rose gold plated copper crimp covers. So you've got the copper on the inside and then you've got that rose gold plating enveloping these on the outside. 200 of these, and the sizing is 5x3mm. So you've got real usable sizes for you here, and look, you have got plenty. Look at the amount you're getting, 200. PVA Z12 is your code. Your price today, $8.95 for these. These are one of the, wait, what? Oh no, it's not. Oh no, it isn't.
Oh, yes, it is.
Yes, it's not even December yet, and I got in the panto. That was amazing. Oh, I did not see that coming. £6.95 for these today. Should be $8.95. It has been $8.95. That's the price you've always been purchasing. Even Liam got involved with that. That was epic. £6.95 for you on these. Bless you today. Rose gold plated copper crimps. £6.95 for you. They are an essential, aren't they, Michelle?
Oh, definitely. All of my designs, I always use crimpy covers on all of my designs. I wouldn't put something out without covering the crimp bead. For me, it just finishes off a piece, makes something look a lot nicer and a lot neater finished. So for me, they're a must.
They are, aren't they?
Yeah. For me,
gives you that finish, that professional finish.
Yeah.
Congratulations to all getting that. Lots and lots of you. We didn't expect that price, did we? Oh, hello. Cabs. Now, I'm bringing up to you the cabs. Now, it is a different type of cab, but it's still in the Jasper family. I just wanted to show this to you. Was this from yesterday? I want to say it was. Yes, it was, because it was our birthday show, and we were joined by the lovely Fleur. Yes, I've got them just here. And you've got this beautiful design that Fleur did for us. She's so clever, isn't she? This was her first ever attempt at wire wrapping a cab, bless her. And it goes to show just how easy you can wire wrap, especially with these larger style of cabs. Now, I've only got, well, I'm in my last chance saloon on these ones already, so what I will say is if you want to get your hands on cabs, now's your chance to. It's a type of Jasper, and I've got to say, for me, it's one of the most beautiful varieties I've seen. This is your Blossom Jasper, so named because of the delicate tones running through these. Take a look. Isn't that wonderful? One thing I really want to point out about this is, can you see that where the darkness of this gem is, the light catches, but then where the blossom detail is, it's almost like there isn't a polish. That's due to the porous nature. We've only got 19 of these left right now. That's gone down quick. Your price point today.
Ooh, I want some.
£17.95. Let me show you. You will, do not forget what I'm showing you now. It might not be the same sizes, the same shapes that you get, but it will be the same carat weight, which is 600 carats. For me, that is equated to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of these cabs. All of them a little bit different. You got the largest ones going down to the smaller. You've got some beautiful drop shapes as well in here. We've got lots and lots of workable varieties. Oh, you look a little bit flabbergasted, Michelle.
I want the first one you had in that pack. That one. I want that one.
That's beautiful, isn't it?
Can I have it, please?
No, sorry.
Please.
No.
I would make a lovely locket with that.
Well, I'm sorry, but this has got to go to somebody. I'm sorry, I've only got 11 left. I'm sorry, Michelle.
No, you're not.
No, I am. I am.
No, you're not.
I am.
You're not.
£17.95 for you. And look at the different shapes, look at the different sizes that you've got here for you today. What do you mean when you say you'd make it into a locket?
I would make it as a fully functioning open locket for you to hold photos.
Oh, that'd be beautiful.
Yeah,
why does this one in particular sort of say that to you?
Well, they would all do, but more for the shape and the size.
Yeah.
You can make lockets with smaller designs.
Of course.
But the shape and the size of it, it's just perfect. Teardrop. I have done a locket in a teardrop shape. I use a teardrop labradorite.
Oh, that's a nice idea.
But yeah, that one, they're all beautiful, but just that one there just sort of shapes me.
Really catches your eye.
Have me. Take me home and make me a locket.
Take me home!
It does.
How much would these be per one then, lovely Liam? Because I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I've got 5 in front of me. They're £17.95 because we all know £3.59. That would be £3.59 they would be per one at that price point. That's fab, isn't it?
Not really, because I'm this side of the telly.
Sorry!
I probably house one. I've got a very big druzy.
Yeah.
Which is all held in place with chainmail.
Got you.
Little rosettes all the way around the outside.
Cute.
And it's all encased in chainmail. That would look lovely in the pear-shaped.
Oh, that's a really beautiful idea, because it would. It is a really, isn't that a gorgeous size for it? £17.95, congratulations everyone. Now, did anyone join me with Prue the other day? Prue Mahimo we had on with us. She's so lovely, isn't she? She created these beautiful pieces from her kit with these new bales that we had, these new intricate designs. Been able to get some in that are very, very similar. They're not the same, but they're very, very similar. And they are spectacular. Take a look. Aren't they gorgeous? Do you like these, Michelle?
I can't say too much right now, but I've got them in next week's kit.
You've got these, have you?
Yeah.
How might you use these, Michelle, if you were to have these, say, in a kit coming up soon?
Ooh, well, I like the idea of feeding gemstones up through the middle. Because it's a rose, to me I see a rose.
Yeah.
So I like the idea of filling those sections in
with
so you have
gems.
a coloured rose with the gems.
Yeah, that's a cute idea.
Yeah.
I like that. And are you going to use the drops from this as well, are you?
Yes.
Yeah. Love that idea.
Yeah.
When we saw Prue use these, very similar, they were the same size and everything, but they were slightly different design. We know that she sewed on the labradorite, didn't she? Do you remember? She sewed the labradorite around. But the interesting thing that I liked about her designs was we didn't just use them this way. We had the bale section here at the top. One section had the kumihimo going through, but actually on one of her designs, she used it upside down, didn't she? Do you remember? And she had the multi-strands coming from the top and then had a beautiful drape coming down here. There's lots and lots of different ways you can do this, because sometimes I think if you see it in this way, you might just inherently use it that way, but there's lots and lots of different things you can do with this. I love that it's rose gold and it is to depict a rose. I think that's so, so pretty. Your price point today, £9.95 for you. How spectacular is that? It is that beautiful rose gold detail. It's for me the perfect size. You can go OTT, you can go super duper delicate. £9.95 is spectacular for one, but you're getting 3 of them, which makes it even more special. Have a look. All 3, same design, same feature, same size, same everything. Just makes it a bit more of a bargain with 3, doesn't it? £9.95 for these super duper high sheen shine, aren't they? High sheen shine. Loads of you are coming in for this. Your names are about to go off my screen. Thank you everyone for joining us today. We greatly appreciate it as always. It's a bit boring without you lot here, wouldn't it? Could you imagine if we didn't have any viewers and we were just kind of chilling out here by ourselves? That'd be so dull. Pete would have to keep us entertained with his impressions all the time.
Have we got an impression for today?
You can't see Pete, but Pete's just walked out and gone like this. As soon as Michelle said that, Pete just went like this.
Well, I always get an impression when I'm on my shows.
Pete? Oh, yeah? Pete doesn't do impressions for any other show apart from my show, apart from this team show, apart from this designer inspiration. Or so I thought, until he did one the other night on the Late Show.
He never.
Helena made me. Ooh, boo, hoo, hoo. That's why I've not been speaking to Pete very much today, because we had a bit of a family fallout, didn't we, Pete? Yeah, go on, Pete. Have you got an impression today?
Yeah.
Yeah? All right, we'll come to you with that later on. I like it. £9.95 for all 3 of these today. Treat yourself to them. Why not? They're so, so pretty. Names have gone off my screen, so you will have to be quick if you want them. Rose gold plated copper pendants. £9.95. Congratulations to everybody. Ooh. Hello, pretty, pretty. Ooh. Isn't that beautiful?
Oh, I like
Peruvian opal.
Nice.
Oh my goodness.
Lovely.
Peruvian opal is so spectacular. It is one of the rarest locations in the world to get opal. Now, you've got to imagine opal as in the marketplace, okay? We've got to imagine opal as a whole. A massive proportion of that will be classed as your common opal. Now that will come from lots of different areas. You'll get around about 20%-ish of your opal will come from Mexico, which is why we have a lot of fire opal, because fire opal currently is only being purchased from Mexico by us. There are other little plots, but Mexico is the main location. So you get about 20% of all of the opal on the market is from Mexico. Round about 1.5% of your opal is from Ethiopia, because don't forget, the Ethiopian kind of mines are very, very difficult. It's on an edge. It's, you know, very, very intense mining process. So around 1.5% of your opal is from Ethiopia, and around about 1% is from Peru. But that's exactly what you've got here. When it comes to opal, this is one of the rarest locations in the world for you to get it. And it is spectacular, isn't it? Every single one of these is different. Every single piece of these has different interest points within there. Peruvian opal for me gives me so much interest and depth. I mean, just imagine this one on a jump ring with a chain as a pendant. That, for me, to own that, to own opal, to have that in my collection, it is almost like a painting. It almost depicts a scene, doesn't it? That would be so special for me. And how much would I be buying that for? Well, easily, it's opal, so just for that one, easily £10, and that would be low end. But for a very, very simple design, easily £10, because let's face it, people know opal, and we know the rarity of this location. I've got 130 carats worth though, so that is a heck of a lot more, isn't it? Your price point today for all of this stunning opal, I think you'll love, it's going to be less than £30. Your price point today, £19.95 for this. It's bold, it's beautiful, it's a colour palette like no other. What do you think of this strand, lovely Michelle, and what type of thing would you do with this? Because of the graduation and the colour, it's quite interesting, isn't it?
It is. There would be a pair of earrings probably on the smaller pieces.
Yeah.
They would make a very pretty brooch.
Ooh.
They would make a very pretty brooch. The long ones you'd have to use as pendants, definitely.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely need that. Multi-buyers, hello.
What else would I do? There's a ring. You could do a ring.
Oh, I like that idea.
Yeah, you'd have to do the one of the slightly, like in the middle you've got 3 long ones.
Yeah, I know.
You'd probably want to do the one that looks a bit greener. Yeah. For a ring. They would look lovely in a ring.
Love that idea.
Yeah. What else would I do? You could do a gents tie pin.
Oh, that's a lovely idea, because I think that would really show off the glitz of it, wouldn't it, really?
Yeah.
There's loads you could do that. Is it the £19.95? Congratulations to you getting that. What did you say then? Gizmo and the wire. We're going to do these together. Now, this is your double gizmo, your double rod gizmo that we have here for you today. Take a little look at it. We've got some example pieces. Yes, we have. Peter, can you pass me that? It's just slightly out my arm's reach. You're an absolute love. So the look that this creates is a coil, essentially, but it's a coil that is beautifully popped together, and you're able to create all of these weaves, these shapes. You're able to do flowers with these, clasps with these even. Take a look. This is a real beautiful design. Super simple. And this is what this shape here, this gizmo coiled together, is what this tool creates. It creates this look. That means you can do clasps with this. That means you can do flowers with this. You can even, on this gizmo coiler, have a gizmo coil and coil a gizmo coil again. So it gives you a beautiful kind of fan-like effect. You've also got your wire. Now, what I will say is, we made up this bundle before the wire rule of you're not allowed to have wire on the show, apart from if it's in your kit came in. So this is going to be one of the last times that you are going to see wire within a bundle. It is your 0.8 and it's your fuchsia colour. Your price should be, yeah, I know, should be. Hello. We're going to make it better though. £9.90 is not your price for both of these. We're going to go better. You've got to love that, haven't you? We're crashing it down. Your price point, £6.95. What do you think of that price for both?
Really? Gosh, that's a bargain.
Bargain.
Bargain. I like bargains. I seem to be missing out on a lot of bargains today.
Yeah. Don't blame me. It's nothing to do with me. It's Liam.
Well, I'm blaming you.
Oh, of course. Oh, of course you'll blame me.
Of course.
I see.
Yeah, but I blame you.
£6. Do you want some of those cabs? Will that make you feel better?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
you
please.
can't.
Oh, yeah. Right, that's it.
No,
we are no longer friends. Don't talk to me. Don't talk to me. Talk to Ham, because the face doesn't want to know.
£6.95 for you on this today. It's your coiling special. Well, Susan from Flintshire has purchased you some, so...
Has she? You little angel.
You little angel.
We'll have to,
Sorry for that impression. I don't know why. Isn't that nice, see?
Yeah. Oh.
Oh. So you do get to play with them,
Someone
see?
loves me.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Good. £6.95 for both of those. Congrats to you. What is that? Why is that in there? Come here now, Pete. What is that?
What? Oh my. I didn't put that in.
Well, somebody did.
Bang.
I have just what?
Not a spider, is it?
Well, I have just gone to put my hand in the box, and this is what is creeping over the side. Oh, who has put that?
Got the bucket in.
Ben! Ben!
When would I have had the time to do
It was
such
you,
a
wasn't
genius
it?
devilish act?
You are a mischievous creature.
To have it back.
Yes, you can have it back. Hey, there's a bucket full of them. Who brought these in?
No, I found them down there when I was having a stroll.
When you're having a stroll?
Yeah. Stretching my legs and there was a bat.
That was creepy, as you like. Right, where are we going next? My team. Ooh! It's the tool. It's back by popular demand. I gave you a heads up about this earlier on. If you want it, you're gonna have to be quick. It's your thread zapper. Get it whilst you can, because boy oh boy, this is popular. Thread zapper. I mentioned this within the first 4 minutes of the show, and loads of you have been trying to get your hands on it. Lovely, lovely, lovely Michelle.
Don't be creeping to me now.
What? Don't get creeping?
Don't be creeping to me now. You teased me and it wasn't very nice.
Ben, go and get a spider out of that pumpkin and throw it at Michelle.
Right. I'm not talking to you now.
Why do people go loco over the thread zapper, please?
It finishes off their ends, especially if you're doing macrame.
Yeah.
I tend to use super glue or
nail varnish.
Nail varnish is what I tend to use, and sometimes it doesn't. Nail varnish I found doesn't always hold.
Yeah.
So and it doesn't really give a neat finish, especially if you're using threads. They can split apart very easily. So for me, the thread zapper would be ideal for finishing off those ends, making them nice and deep, almost like I have been known before now to take a lighter to wire to melt the ends.
Oh really?
Yeah. To stop it from splitting apart.
Yeah.
That's what I have been known to do in the past.
But
that would solve all my problems.
it really, really would, wouldn't it? Because sometimes with a lighter it can actually singe, can't it?
Yeah.
I've had a text in, have I? About something completely different. About those bugs. Alison, I wondered where my cake filling bugs had gone. Alison Tarry, you little love. Why you know Alison what the boys on this team are like. Oh, don't look so innocent, you. We all know. I love that. Thank you, Alison, you lovely lady. Thread zapper, already loads of these are going. Let me get your price in, then we'll show you exactly how to use it, shall we? It's just £7.95, and this is how we use it.
Okay, so the Thread Zapper 2 thread burner works using one AA battery, which you insert in the end and then just twist the base in to secure it. Obviously this tool gets hot, so keep it away from children and mind your fingers. And then this button on the top is your activation button, and you just press it and you can see the smoke comes off when it's hot enough to use. Now you can use this on any nylon based thread, so this is our satin cord. Just threading it through, press the button and away it comes. Equally, we have our waxed cord. Put it through, press the button and away it comes, like that. Or you can use it on the ribbon, and because it has this little gap in here, you've got plenty of space to put the ribbon in. Press the button and just gently drag it through, and it stops any kind of fraying.
So you can use it on a multitude of different threading materials. Great for your kumihimo, great for even just your friendship bracelets, great for your macrame, your micro macrame as well. And it does just give you that professional finish. Not only does it cut it beautifully, but it seals it. So there's no fraying there, which, let's face it, especially on things like your organza ribbon, that can happen a lot, can't it? It can fray. You can use it on ribbon, satin, pretty much any cord you can think of, you're going to be able to use this on, and it does just seal it very, very professionally. To be honest, at that price point, it is an astonishing piece of equipment to really finish off your pieces in a professional manner, which also means your pieces are going to last longer, because if you weren't to seal them, they would be likely to come undone over time, wouldn't they? £7.95. Your names have gone off my screen. This is one of those products that we hardly ever have in, and it's typical, isn't it? Whenever we do have it in, it goes out so super quickly, but we try and get as many of these as we possibly can. We try and get as many through at one time as we can, but they always fly out the door. This is one of those pieces of equipment that people like Prue use all the time. Sarah Elvin use all the time. Hannah uses them all the time. She might guest designer on the Late Show tonight. No way! Oh, I didn't know I had a guest designer. That's exciting. There she is. She looks a bit lonely, doesn't she? What's she doing? She's making bits. This is the type of thing that guest designers use time and time again, no matter what type of medium they have. How does texting, did you say, love? Let's have a look then. Families always play pranks. It shows they love you, babe. Oh, I love that. Oh, that is so sweet. You are my family, aren't you?
She's going to want to marry you next.
What? It's not like that, Michelle.
Yeah.
Ben's more like a younger brother.
Yeah.
Isn't he? And also, I don't think his live-in girlfriend would appreciate it very much. Sorry, Jodie, it's not me, it's Michelle. £7.95. You're right, we do, don't we? We're a little family, aren't we? Yeah. £7.95. You've got to be quick if you want it. That's so lovely. Thank you, Deborah. That's really sweet. Okie pokey. How about something big, bold? Look at me. Take a look. Huge. From 12 by 7 mil all the way to 30 by 20 mil. Look at the size of that centre one. That is absolutely astonishing, isn't it? Look at them black and green agate plain rondelles we've got here. They are so spectacular. I see that your eyes are gleaming at these, Rochelle.
They are some whoppers.
Aren't they?
They are some whoppers, my dear.
What do you think of doing with them?
Oh gosh, need to put them on the spot now, because they are rather large.
They are, aren't they?
Yeah.
The ones at the end are quite useful, though. I could see that if you buttoned it as a ring, because that'd be, you know, as a button ring.
I quite like the one with an eye on it. There's one in there that's got like a little eye on it. To the right-hand side of your hand. There it is.
There. Get you, yeah.
I quite like that.
I like that. It's a bit like a dragon eye.
You can make a little snowman-y type alien type out of it to hang off your Christmas tree.
An alien snowman?
Yeah, well.
Tell me more.
It would have, you'd use a head pin at either end.
Yes, of course.
Yeah, so it would have movement. So you'd have like, you'd have to be an alien, I suppose, to put on your tree, but you could hang it on the tree. So if you eye pin and then use the bigger one to make the base, which would be the body.
I think that's really cool.
I reckon it would.
I love that idea.
With a bit of wire work, you could make some legs coming out the bottom.
Oh, I think that's a fab idea. An octopus?
Octopus out of them, couldn't you? The big one.
Yeah.
Thinking outside the box.
You are so far outside the boxes are dots to you. I love that. I think they're really good ideas. So how would you maybe, like, if you were to do an octopus, how would you attach legs?
Well, I don't know, I'd have to work on that one, but yeah, I mean, it could essentially, you could work. I would probably make So if you've got the big one, I would make the legs come down over the top. So I'd have a head pin go at the middle. Then the legs would come down over the stone
and swoop out.
Yeah, and you could make it if you use thick enough wire, you could make it freestanding.
That's a really good idea. In fact, do you know what that would remind me of?
You mocked my octopus idea.
No, I did not mock the idea.
You said I was
there was
the
no
box.
mocking going on. I merely asked you how that would happen. After laughing at you.
Thank you.
1,000 carats worth. Oh, but your black and green agate. Your price point today is not £12. We're going as low as we can on this. Don't expect this every time though. £9.95 for you on this entire strand today. Surely, when you go into certain gem stocks and certain bead shops, you would be looking at paying that price for these centre 3 because they're huge. Surely you would. Look at the size of them. If you like kind of the idea of scale, well, I'd have to be a bodybuilder, to be honest, if I wanted to walk around wearing this all day. But that's to give you an idea of scale. £9.95. That is fantastic, isn't it? Congratulations, everyone who's already got it. Please, Dorset, South Yorkshire, Aberdeenshire, Cornwall and Greater London, check out your baskets. Do treat yourself to it now, because at that price, it will not stick around for very long, and it won't be that price at all points. What'd you say, Sweet Pea? Just talk to my producer. Ooh. Okay, these are going to be great for Debbie K. When have we got Debbie K in? Can I have another blackboard, please, Brother Pete? Debbie K is with us on Thursday, and she is going to be gutted she hasn't got these, because these are made to be stamped onto. Take a look at them. Heart-shaped studs that we've got here. Aren't they fab? You've got your stud detail on the earrings. You've then, sorry, let me just take that there. You've got the section that goes through your ear. And then you have got your 925 backing as well. These are so, so beautiful, aren't they? Can I show these up to my ear to give you an idea of the size? What would you think of doing with these, Michelle?
Oh, do you know, I was just sat here thinking about that. I would use the heart detail, but I would use the heart detail in a bracelet design. So I would have 5 pieces of wire, and it very much like there's a designer, sort of Lisa Bath, who does like the diamond design, and she puts gemstones in the middle. But I would use them and try and curl the ends in and make a heart design. So you would have the diamond, and then the heart would sit in the centre. So you'd have to try and wrap the end of the head in, at the end of the head pin in, which might be a bit tricky, but it's all of the wires that we have here are quite malleable. So
especially as this is 925, so it's even more.
Yeah.
I like that
That's
idea.
What I would probably do.
You have got 3 pairs of these. You can see it's got that brush detail. Price point today. For 3 pairs of genuine 925. Genuinely, think about it this way. You know that very well-known accessory shop where you can actually get your ears pierced, can't you?
Yeah.
In the window.
Yes.
You can get your ears pierced there, can't you? When they pierce your ears, you have to wear their hypoallergenic ones, don't you, which are the 925 ones. And I know for a fact that including the ear piercing, for a pair of the studs, it's £25. That's the one in near me is anyway. I don't know if it's different for different reasons. The one in Chester, yeah. That's how much it is for your ears pierced and 1 pair of 925 earrings. Now, that just goes to show how much you can charge for £9.25, and how much you can, but we haven't. We've got 3 pairs for just £9.95. That is such a good deal, it truly, truly is. And don't forget, £9.25 constantly fluctuates in price. And if you do want to join the wonderful Debbie Kershaw on Thursday, we're going to be doing stamping. And you can stamp into these as well. £9.95 for you, congrats everybody. Where to? From the table. Oh, I think it's staying with the heart theme. I wonder if, hey, do you know what? You completely could, if you wanted to. If you wanted to. We could. Did you just buy those heart earrings? A little bit of E6000 or super strong glue on the front of them, and then just glue those in. Oh, that's a really cute idea. Here's your earring. Little bit of E6000 around the outside. And you could even put some resin in the centre then, couldn't you? Or some jewel enamel if you wanted to. These are your very cute black agate hollow hearts. Now, our hollow shapes are ever so popular. Did you join us on the Halloween show where we had those 2 kooky kittens, otherwise known as Alice and Tarry? Oh, I've just called Alice and Tarry a kooky kitten and I forgot she was watching because she just messaged in. That lovely, professional lady, not at all peculiar, Alice and Tarry. She was on with the wonderful Fiona Potter. And Fiona did, as part of her designer inspiration, the inlaying the resin into the hollow shapes, didn't she? Well, you could do the same things of this, couldn't you? You could, as Alison messaged in. Just saying, Pretty sure if we watch it back, it was Michelle that said that and not me. Pretty sure. I love you, Alison. 10 mil is your size on these, and you can absolutely fill them with resin in the same way that the lovely Fiona did. So if you've got YouTube, why not have a little look back? It was on, she was the first designer inspiration, so it'll be about half an hour into it, and she showed us how to fill hollow gems like this with beautiful resin. But of course, even if you're just into wire work, as you can see where the temporary strand is now, just imagine a few little seedy-beedies dangling through there if you wanted to. Or just a really simple head pin. Turn it into a shepherd's hooks and you've got a beautiful movable heart earring. Easy peasy. 60 carats worth of your black agate. I know the price is a stunner. You're going to love it. It's just... What? That's a playing around price, whatever that means. I have no idea what that means. It's going lower. Oh, I thought. Oh, okay, it's going lower. £6.95 is your price on this. How is that possible? The work that goes into this is absolutely phenomenal. And also, don't forget for me, okay? Listen, this, oh, that was your doing, was it? Of course it was. Of course Liam dropped that price on the Late Show at one point. Ben, are you all right, sweetums?
I'm good, yeah.
What are you doing with that?
I was going to blow this to celebrate, but then I realised that Ryan did it earlier and he's getting cold. So I tried to cut my hand around it and do it.
He's got one of those... He's got one of those party... So he went to hold it to his mouth, but Ryan's got a cold and had done it previously, so now Ben has got his germs. Oh, hang on, we're going away around it, yeah?
I'm going to have to blow harder than I've ever blown before.
Oh, beautiful Ben, you little love. Jodie is a lucky lady, isn't she? That was in celebration for this astonishing price point that we've got here. £6.95 for you on these today. They are absolutely phenomenal. And that's what I was saying before I was so rudely interrupted by Ben showing off about his skills. Hey, that is a good point, actually. You are in a band, so you are very musical, which is why you played that so professionally.
That's hardly musical.
Yeah, but that's hardly musical. you could do an impression of an elephant. Right, stop it now. Pull it together, guys. Stop it now. As I was saying, the shape of these is so hard to create because don't forget, okay, these aren't shell, these are genuine gemstone. So if you imagine, say you've got a coin of a genuine gemstone, you then have to go inside the coin to cut out that inside area. It is super duper tricky to do, isn't it? Oh my goodness, quadruple buyers on this. $6.95, it doesn't surprise me because you're getting absolutely loads, aren't you? Congratulations, 60 carats of your black agate today. I love that. Say that to me, Sweet Pea. Number 7. Oh, I love this. Tiger's eye. Tiger's eye is really, really interesting gem when it comes to its formation. Now, what the formation essentially of a tiger's eye is a transformation. Take a look at this for me. It's gorgeous, isn't it? Look at the quality of this. Now, for those who are new, this that you can see here, you see how you get that light burst? It's, on this one in particular, it's kind of a U shape, but as I'm moving it, it grows larger, it moves all the way down the gem, that beam of light. That is due to, well, that is called chatoyancy. Now, if I show you a picture of the rough, have we got that picture of the rough? This is a picture of rough tiger's eye, so you can see all of those layers in there, can't you? Now, it's quite interesting because the kind of internal inclusions within a tiger's eye, the fibres are really interesting. They're around 2 inches long, which is super duper long, but then it is 1/4 of a millimetre thick. Now that means that when we're cutting this, we have to cut it against the plane and we have to hit it perfectly, because if we don't, you will not have any of that beautiful chatoyancy coming through, shining through these. The interesting thing actually with the chatoyancy of this is the fact that, like I said, it is a transforming gem. So this and that rough that you've seen behind me, that will have started off life as a crocodite. Now the crocodilite, bleh, teeth in, I know I added a syllable then for no reason, is essentially worn away when quartz enters. So the quartz enters, and what happens is it dissolves away, and that's what gives you these lines and these bands and these tiger-like flashes. I think it's an absolute bargain for the fact that this has been thousands upon thousands of years in the making. Your price point today, £6. Are we quite finished, boys? Pardon? Oh, Michelle's just said, I want one now. No, Ben, no.
Oh, cheers. This is a bit duff.
£6.95 for you today. It is an absolute stunner of a price point, isn't it? Is this some sort of band now, the JewelleryMaker band? If so, I've got to say it's the naffest band ever.
Well, we don't want you part of our team either then.
Yeah, but you're all playing the same instrument in exactly the same note.
Well, you've just got to have a bit of vision and a bit of imagination, Becky.
Okay, jingle bells, let's do this. After 3. 1, 2, 3.
What?
Point proven, I think.
People didn't understand the Beatles at first. I'm just saying.
You're right, people did not understand the Beatles at first either. £6.95. You see what I have to put up with? £6.95 for you today. 184 carats worth of this yellow tiger's eye. If you've just tuned in and thinking, what is this madhouse? This is Design Inspiration. Welcome, everybody. £6.95. Loads of you coming in for this. Totally natural, beautiful pear shapes with your centre drill. What number did you say, sorry, love? Oh, these are gorgeous, aren't they? Oh, I love these. I love gems with internal interest. Big, bright, beautiful, bold saffron tones running through this. It's fab. Let me get the torch. Oh yeah. Look at that beautiful internal effect that we have here. No, oh my goodness, that is so funny, I'm sorry.
That was me.
My director just went, did Michelle just go, ooh then? But no, it was Ben. As masculine.
I didn't mean to.
Oh, who was that girly wee from? Michelle? Ben. Did that just come from within you, Ben? Did it?
Yeah.
Just happen? Because of the beauty of these gems.
Yeah.
Is it just me, or do they look a little bit like your butterfly wings? Doesn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Do you think? Have a look. Oh my goodness, look. That fire, that glow. Have you got any, what's it called? Fire opal in your collection? I totally think you should add this on. Oh my gosh, the flames. Look at this one as well. Oh, you've almost got kind of the winged, druzy effect, sorry, in that one, haven't you? Absolutely fab. You've got a massive quantity here, 500 carats worth of your agate, and these are your faceted slabs. The facets on the front are huge as well, aren't they? Can we see always the table of the design here? That's what is cascading the light over it now. Makes them really bold, doesn't it? 500 carats worth we have here, and these are 30 by 25 mil, all the way to 36 by 31 mil that we have here. These are your slabs of beautiful orange agate. Your price point today, £9.95 for you. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 I've got on my design. What would you do with them?
There would be definitely a butterfly in that for me. Like I said, it's very pretty, but definitely butterfly wings. There's a brooch. There's a very big ring.
Oh yeah,
You could have
chunky.
a very, very chunky ring.
How would you do these into a brooch, if you don't mind me asking?
Well, you would have to utilise the drill hole for those, for a brooch. And then, very similar to what we did with our scarf pin, you would then, with the wires, they would come up and around the back, weave them together, and then you would be able to weave in a pin as well.
Okay, I like that idea a lot.
And they're beautiful as they are, so you really wouldn't want to overshadow them with too much wire work. You'd want to, I like to keep things, for me, I like the gemstones to shout out, so I would probably keep it quite simple in that manner, rather than put too much into it.
No, I know exactly what you mean, not too much.
No.
I'm coming over to you in like a minute, just to
okay.
give you a heads up. £9.95 for these. They're big, they're bold, they're beautiful, they're rustic, and they're yours for under £10, £9.95. Now I'm going to recap the challenge, because we put up on Facebook yesterday a collection of strands for you to choose from, and you guys at home picked option B. I think it was B. It was B, and this was option B. It is our Back in Black collection, and we have had so much fun with this. You could see how much Michelle's enjoyed working with these, and you can too, because the price today was just £9.95 for all 3 of these strands. Let me tell you exactly what you're getting. You're getting the 6 mil at the end here, faceted, 85 carats. You're then getting the 4 mil, 30 carats, and you're getting those faceted rondelles, which are 3 by 2. We were saying before how unusual it is to get rondelles of this delicate size, especially faceted, but we've brought them to you today. 30 carats worth in there. That was your main part of your challenge, and we also had that strand of apples in the quartz as well, which will be coming up at the bottom of your screen in a moment. So I'm going to head on over to lovely, lovely Michelle, have a little nosy at exactly what she has created for us today. How were they to work with?
They're lovely.
Yeah,
They
like
are.
them.
Yes, I do, very much. Very much.
You've created some stunning pieces and some really quite eye-catching details as well.
Yeah, I thought so, definitely.
So, so good, go on.
That's right, we focused on the little back dress here and the necklace. So you have the design feature at the back as well as the front.
So that's the front feature with a few of your agate there, but also look, you've got it at the back as well. Beautiful with like a backless.
Yes, exactly. That's the sort of the V-shaped ones that. Yeah, lovely.
Big backless V-shaped dress. I love that idea. I like how you've used it, just dead simply with the chain, but it really highlights actually the shapes and the sizes, doesn't it?
It does, and those little apples, are they apples?
The apples, yeah.
They are really, really lovely. Like the detailing on the cufflinks, I've managed to make a swirl in this, if you have a look at the other side, there's a swirl or a coil at the back. There you are.
That's cute, isn't it?
So that has quite a nice detail effect, I think, for cufflinks.
So that's your pair of cufflinks there, using those.
Yeah.
Yeah, so really pretty.
Yeah.
That's quite nice to have that little extra detail, because of course that's what you'd see at the front, wouldn't you?
Exactly, yeah.
Beautiful idea. And then these, finally, this goes to show you don't have to go crazy over the top to create a really effective look.
Yeah.
And you've proved that with this pair of earrings here. So, so beautiful, just with the apple drop.
Yep. Simple, classic.
High-end, simple,
high-end.
classic,
yeah.
high-end
But
beauty.
imagine if you've got your hair up and you're in a disco, or you're at your Christmas party and your hair's up and you've got these, and all the lights that come strobing down. You imagine the lights that bounce off them.
Like your own little mirror balls.
Yeah.
Wouldn't they?
Yay.
Oh, I love that idea. I truly, truly do. Thank you so much for creating these for us. You had loads left over as well, it's important to point out.
Yes.
Absolutely loads. So this is your strand of all of that beautiful apple shape and all of these too. Michelle, when are you next back, chicken?
I'm with you next Sunday.
Not us, but you're back on Designer Inspiration.
Designer Inspiration next Sunday.
Go on, what have you got for us? Give us a clue at least.
Feature pendants.
Okay.
I have a design in mind. I hope I can pull it together.
I have my fingers crossed for you. I'm sure you'll be able to. Well, I will be back with you in about 7 minutes, actually. I'll be back when we are going to have a slightly longer break because I need to change this dress because I'm as hot as anything. Too much info. I have got for you on Designer Inspiration, though. I have got on Wednesday. Is it Wednesday? Wednesday we're joined with Sarah Alvin, and on Thursday I've got Debbie Kay and we're going to be doing stamping. So keep your eyes peeled for Designer Inspiration. Keep your eyes peeled after this slightly longer break though, because I've got bargains galore and a brand new strand of Last Chance to Buy Tanzanite. We will see you very, very soon. Bye bye.
Oh, that didn't work.
JewelleryMaker is your one-stop shop
for all your jewellery making needs.
Our mission is to provide you with the best quality products,
value for money, and excellent customer service.
Come and learn with us.
Tune in every day from 9 AM to 9 PM.
JewelleryMaker. Create, wear, share.
I love chips and nuggets. Ever since I first joined the company nearly 3 years ago, I've been absolutely hooked. What I love are the varying sizes, the varying shapes, the varying colours, and most of the gemstones that we carry in our stock have some sort of chips and nuggets, right from what I call the tiny little microchips, right through to the nuggets, right through to the big ice cube boulders. There's just such an array of sizes and shapes, and they lend themselves so well to macrame, to wire wrapping, to rosary link, all sorts of techniques to use, and you can make the simple, delicate little bracelet right through to the enormously heavy, chunky bib style necklace. I just adore them.
It was here almost 650 years ago in Amir, where King Jai Singh first laid the foundations that was to become one of the world's most famous walled cities, Jaipur.
The city of Jaipur, commonly known as the Pink City, is now taking centre stage for gemstone cutting and trading. It's here in the bursting heart of the walled city that our gems of distinction strands are cut, faceted and polished. So, how do you get a pile of tourmaline that looks like this into a gorgeous strand that looks like this. So when you've got a pile of tourmaline like this, it's going to be made into gemstone beads. First of all, each one of these gemstones need to be inspected. A line is then drawn down the middle of the gemstone or wherever the gem is going to be faceted, and it's then taken behind us and then faceted into these rough gem shapes. Once each gemstone has been cut into the amount of pieces it needs to be, it's then time to shape the gemstones. These gentlemen are working on anything from a round to a pear shape, pretty much any cut imaginable. The next process is polishing and faceting, and this takes a huge amount of skill. It can take years for a lapidress to be able to facet like this, and each one of the gemstones can take up to 10 minutes to cut. A really lengthy but incredible process. The next stage of the process is really interesting. This is where each one of the gemstones is drilled. And what Sanjay's doing here is putting a drill through faceted beads of black tourmaline. The next stage after drilling is then to get the gemstones sorted into their appropriate colours and sizes. This can be a really, really lengthy process. Once the gemstones are sorted into different colours and sizes, they're then arranged into these strands and made into strands like this. Now each one of these gemstones could have gone through a 30 to 40 minute process to arrive on a strand like this. It's really quite incredible. If there's one thing that my time in India has taught me, it's the hours of dedicated time that goes into making each one of the gemstones we sell on JewelleryMaker.
Come and join guest designer Louise Jacobson on our wirework rings course. Louise will guide you through how to design a combination of ring styles and shapes. You will learn a variety of techniques, including how to use a ring mandrel, how to design bands and shanks, and how to attach gemstones. The full course includes a selection of colours and gauges of wire, a generous scoop of mixed gemstones, use of all relevant tools, a buffet-style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studios, and a visit to our museum. All of this for $69.95. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
Aquamarine is a member of the beryl family. So this family is named after its chemical composition, beryllium aluminium silicate. Aquamarine itself is a lovely light blue to deep green colour, and as such is named after the sea, aquamarine. Sailors in sort of myths and legends or in history used to offer aquamarine as a token to the sea to ensure safe passage as they travelled. Aquamarine can be found in many locations, but it's often discovered in Brazil, Madagascar and also Zambia. Aquamarine can be identified not only by its RI colour, but also due to the fact this stone has inclusions within it which are called rain. Now these are tubular structures that contain sometimes liquid filled, but they are very, very unique to aquamarine itself.
Hi Jewellery Makers, if you're a Freeview viewer, you can now continue to watch the show live by switching over to channel 64. Our brand new 24-hour channel is available to the majority of homes in the UK, so grab your remote now to make sure you don't miss a thing.
JewelleryMaker offers an extensive range of creative workshops for all levels, from beginners right through to advanced. Each workshop is run by our approachable tutors who are all friendly, knowledgeable and are specialists in their field of expertise. Our popular courses are tailor-made to suit your needs and to help you get started with a new hobby or to advance your skills onto the next level. We keep the class sizes small to ensure you get plenty of one-to-one attention, so book early to avoid disappointment. For more information, contact our call centre or visit our website. JewelleryMaker ships to the following countries. We offer 2 delivery services, standard and premium. So wherever you are in the world, JewelleryMaker are never far away.
We here at JewelleryMaker love to hear your feedback. So working in conjunction with FIFO, a global ratings and reviews provider, when you purchase a product from JM, you will receive an email asking you to rate our service and our products. This helps us to bring you excellent customer service and ensure we're bringing you value for money and high quality goods. Have your say with JewelleryMaker FIFO reviews.
Polymer clay I love because it will cross all ages and all mediums. You can tone it with lots of different colours to make all the shades that you desire. You can mix it with resins, you can mix it with all sorts of mediums, but not just jewellery. You can also do things like add it to your scrapbooking, your card making, and children will love it. It's a non-toxic medium, so perfect for all the family. It will just be endless the amount of things you can make with it. I love it.
Come and join guest designer Fiona on our resin workshop. Fiona will guide you through designing with resin and building techniques such as using resin to make cold connections, using wire, creating bezels, and using other mediums to create colour and texture. The full course includes resin and epoxy enamelling hardener, a bead scoop, a selection of different gauged wire, a selection of alcohol inks, glitters, gilding flakes and Angelina fibres, a buffet-style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studios, the Gem Museum and a chance to visit the shop. All of this for just $79.95. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
Join guest designer Debbie Bulford for this exciting Polymer Clay Accessories DVD. Debbie will guide you through a variety of projects, including pen tops, charms, badges, buttons, and how to create the animal print look. This DVD is ideal for all levels and great to have some fun with the kids. To get your hands on a copy, contact our call centre. Get creative with JewelleryMaker.